오 설마 밀어? 자 밀어. 왜 들어가요? 자 처음 안타 한번 벌어집니까?
드래곤한테
스냅이랑 만났어요.
네.
ESC도 지금 일방적으로 좀
근데
얻어가고
너무 많이
있는데
맞았는데요?
찔러 파란팀 먹었습니다.
자, 이러면
템트. 네.
멋진 장면을 만들어 보려고 했던 것 같은데
무기만 들어 죽었어요. 야 이거는
안돼 이거 아니야.
설마 밀어? 자 밀어. 왜 들어가요?
던졌어.
아니
저게 전문 용어로 이제 상천 드리프트라고 하는데
네.
아니 이게
이게 그 선을 넘어가지 마. 넘어가 죽었어요.
됐을 줄 알아. 야.
준영이가 기분이 엄청 들떠서 나 이거 페이크야 이러고 들어갔는데
맞나요? 안돼. 아무도 이러고 그냥 있다.
에로.
뭐야 죽겠는데 저거?
에로.
집에 빨리 가기 위해서 잡힌 것 같기도 하고요.
네.
아 죽으면 안 돼. 이거.
와.
야 KD에 떨어져서 후손은 아닌 것 같아. 아 이걸로 빨리 가야지. 풀로 달리기 썼어 그냥.
이거는 전멸이 없어요 카르마.
네. 부메랑.
한문으로 빼자.
저 부메랑이
싸움에 대한
아 내가 맞아주고 싶어.
와.
원래 그래서 저렇게 관문을 뛰잖아요.
네.
먼저
네.
타면 안 돼요.
이걸 타네?
그럴 수 있어.
오?
맞아 색깔이 한 거.
강타를 쓰려다가 전멸을 쓴 것 같습니다.
야 이제 뺏긴 했어?
못 보였어. 아 수박 눌렀거든. 근데
그렇게 긴장했어. 괜찮아. 필드 뒷날 잡을 준비하고 있죠 지금요 부시에서.
펌피가 논다.
풀로 빠지고 나와 풀로.
아군하고 합쳐야죠.
커피.
나이스.
전사 밀어줘.
완전 난리 나고 있는데요. 난리 나고 있는데요. 난리 났습니다.
이거
더블킬 룰러예요.
사고.
장난치게 제갈둥이가 벽에 부딪혔던 걸로 봤고 이때 그쵸 벽에 부딪혔죠. 하는 생각이 들었을 것 같습니다.
네.
아 미안해. 아
괜찮아.
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
뭐니 하냐? 그리고 플래스까지 두 명.
터뜨렸어요. 아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격.
역시 임방류
빠졌습니다.
함께하는 저희의 첫 합방이죠.
합방이요?
노래를 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송의 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개?
영광입니다.
굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
In sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Get back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. MVP. Longzhu Gaming. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 1.
Hey guys, what's going on? Welcome back to the LCK Summer Split. I'm Achilleos. With me tonight is Papa Smithy, and we have a game of threes for you. It's Longzhu Gaming versus MVP. MVP looking to pick up their third consecutive match win. Longzhu trying to avoid their third consecutive loss.
It's true, and MVP 6th place, Longzhu 8th, so you might think, okay, pretty similar, but as you say, the trajectories are so different. MVP, it's more than just the threes that kills. Actually, the number for them is 4. They're on a 4-game winning streak,
Yeah.
and this is a team that, you know, definitely was the unfancied of the two teams promoted. ESC Ever had already had their international success. There were a lot of people, myself included, thinking they would perform very well this season. MVP, only a 5-man squad, no subs. Only Max had any experience in playing in Champions, and they've been outstanding. They've actually been really good, especially recently, hitting high gear and, of course, beyond. 2nd overall, only to Smeb in the MVP vote, has been leading the charge for MVP.
Yeah, he's been having an outstanding performance so far. They start off really shaky. ESC looking like they were going to be the team to, you know, kind of pick up the pace for the challenger ones. But MVP now firing back, coming in, performing like we really expected from them in the promotion tournament. And things have been going really well for them. Longzhu, of course, not really seeing any shakeups here. Still not going to be seeing Crash. It's going to be Chaser starting in the jungle. But haven't been able to really get their... I was going to say something bad. Haven't been able to get themselves together to actually
Get their stuff in order.
Yeah, get their stuff in order to have a really strong performance so far in the split. They picked up some wins here and there. Taking down Samsung was certainly the surprising one in recent history, but even then, going straight back to just the start of things and just losing these matches.
And at the same time that MVP's picked up those 4 wins, Longzhu are 0-4, but it's worth noting they beat Samsung, and that felt like a watershed moment. You're like, all right, they're going to take the next step. And to be fair to the team, the next 2 series they played were against SKT and ROX Tigers, which,
That's
of
very
course,
true.
they were heavily expected to lose. But before we go further into our matchup today, let's look around the world. Fnatic now actually pipping G2 to the top of the EULCS and TSM. I mean, we saw this post on Reddit, but it's awesome what's happening in NA. TSM undefeated, Immortals, they've only lost to TSM. Cloud9 only lost to TSM and Immortals, and envious to the 3 above them. So makes a lot of sense in those rankings. Moving to the LPL, all about EDG.
This also makes a lot of sense. Royal still losing that 1 match against EDG when they faced off. EDG still undefeated, commanding that Group A. And over on the side of the LMS, Flash Wolves very much coming out on top. AHQ surprisingly behind J-Team right now. J-Team, of course, is the former Taipei Assassins, who've been having one hell of a start of the split. Hong Kong Esports have fallen down considerably at the start of the first week. They were in first place, now find themselves in 5th. But as you were mentioning, the MVP points beyond our jungler here from MVP, resting nice and mighty there in that 2nd place spot, just underneath Smeb, who's been soaking up all of those MVP votes for the side of ROX Tigers.
MVP have won 7 games. 5 of those most valuable players have gone over to Beyond. Looking at the KDA, it's going to be back to the SKT story. Jungle perhaps accepted.
Yeah, Score has had a really great start to this season, and I suspect that we're going to see a lot of these KDAs get shaken up with 6.11. Now we're playing on 6.12, but with this new top lane Triforce meta, we're going to be seeing, you know, people like Someday moving up potentially over top of Duke, because the KDAs from SK Telecom, while they still are wildly on top of everybody else, their numbers have dropped considerably.
Bang, perhaps the one exception there, up to 8.3, is the highest KDA in the league right now. And speaking of the league, 6th versus 8th today. We're going to see some of these teams still in action. Will SK Telecom win their last series against, I believe, ESC Ever and pip the ROX Tigers to the top team in the first round run?
Well, it's quite possible now MVP have a chance to move up, not overtake Jin Air, but be 1 step below them as far as that game score goes. They could give themselves a +1 if they're able to come out with a 2-0 victory tonight, or at least neutralize if they go in a 2-1. Longzhu, of course, really going to be hungry for that 2-0, going to be very crucial for them if they want to move up those standings and make it into playoffs.
And even though there's only 2 more match days this week, it's actually not MVP's last match of the week. They will play on Wednesday against Afrika, if I remember correctly.
And
so
that has a lot of potential to be close.
a very close game. So they're at 3-4, which actually is pretty good for them. They could actually end the first round robin positive if they could beat Afrika and also Longzhou today. Two teams that are around the same place in the standings. So MVP on a run, Longzhou looking to stop a run of defeats. Very much a form matchup here. Longzhou's last match, though, it's worth noting, before the break. So they desperately want to pick up a win and steady themselves and give themselves at least an outside shot of playoffs because they're in a spot right now where you could say, okay, they're done for the season, but Afrika were in an even worse spot last season and were able to come up and make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and we expected a lot from a lot of these teams coming out the gate. We thought that they were going to be performing better. Afrika is one of them. Started off the season like Rocks Tigers, very shaky, but have recently been coming back into it.
But MVP, we didn't expect a lot of these guys. And again, this is their 5-man roster, ADD Beyond, Ian, Maha, Max, no subs. Ian and Maha, to me, have been the key players because I have the biggest question marks about them as performers. They looked poor in the promotion tournament. Both of them look very solid. Longzhou, as always, have a very big roster. A little bit smaller, no Flame this time.
Yeah.
Some of the other members are gone.
Now
But
the biggest one is CJ, I'm pretty sure, with the 9-man roster.
that's true, but they settled on this lineup. Expression, Chaser, Coco, Fury, and Pure. This is their most winnable game since the surprise win over Samsung.
Yeah.
Samsung, SKT, Rocks Tigers was a tough road for them. A 2-0 over Samsung was a big, surprising upset. Now they're in a match where, on the day, they're certainly going to be the underdogs, just because MVP's been really on form, but they could definitely win this series also.
Yeah, it very much can go either way, but long as you need to pull out all the stops, they need to get those early leads and just roll with it. Because we saw in their last set, MVP at ADD is a monster right now in that top lane. The Shen especially something that's been working really well for them when they took on the Jin Air Green Wings. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that pick coming out again, because we've also seen our first Shen with the Triforce build, and it becomes a split-pushing monster.
Yes,
So
Meb was loving that one.
yeah.
I mean, ADD, I think that will be a key pick. And for a lot of these top laners, you're either a someday, you're either a Shark in the top lane who plays these top lane carries who can really play the Fiora, play the Aurelia, try and carry from the top, or you're a tank player. And the tanks are very much out of meta, except for the Shen, that a lot of teams in Champions now. Shen had that really slow start after the rework.
Yeah.
A lot of teams have picked it up now. It's definitely a power pick. It might even be permanently on the ban list or at first pick status. I expect it to be there today in particular.
Yeah, I want to see what's going to come out today because we've seen Rumble from Smeb a lot, and I want to see if any of these other top laners are going to decide to pick that one up. ADD, especially, maybe if he wants to go for that kind of pick, if Expression and Longzhou decide to take the Shen away, because we've seen that been a bit of a counter pick, force him into that Spectre Scout early so that your AD carry can just start shredding him, especially if you have somebody like a Jin. No armor means good times for him.
I mean, the top lane will be really interesting. ADD, obviously, a lot less known about him. Expression has been around for a super long time, and he is right in the middle of this Trinity Force meta. He has always been a big Aurelion, specifically Jax player. He's a carry top. It feels like the meta suits him. That actually just makes Shen that much more important, because the only pick right now who has a very comfortable laning phase and scales well against the Aurelia is the Shen, who can go full tank, answer the split push, itemizes into health and Randuin's to be able to answer the true damage from the hit 10 style, forces the Aurelia to to skill differently. You don't max hit 10 style. We actually saw Someday max in Q, which was surprised, but can go for the CC of E as well. So Shen kind of warps the lane in a different way than other Aurelia matchups. You have other options, but Shen's probably the best. I expect Shen to be a ban by Longzhou this series.
Yeah, Trundle, of course, one that's still been a very contested pick in the top lane. We've seen it in support here and there, but not nearly as much. I think maybe even once or twice so far in LCK Summer. But one of the things that we've seen come out in North America just earlier today was Lissandra into the Trundle, Impact playing that one against Quas. Flame Horizoned him at 26 minutes. What do you think about that matchup? Do you think that it's just, the hands of who the Trundle was in, or do you think that Lissandra could actually be something that returns to top lane for us here in LCK?
I mean, Marin especially will hope that is the case over in the LPL, and there are a couple of Lissandra top players here. I'm more of a skeptic. I think it's a pick that very much can be dealt with. It's one of the few top laners that you built QSS against previously, that you still build QSS against, and can have a lot of power after the changes on previous patches. So, not going to be a believer in top lane Lissandra until we see more of it, but we're already into picks and bans. Aurelia on the ban list. No sign of Shen just yet.
Yep. The Nidalee and Varus taken away here from the side of Longzhou. Need to keep that Varus out of Ian's hands. He has been playing a good amount of it. Rise, the final here from MVP, and This is it. Is it going to be the Shen? And it will be from Longzhu. First pick comes over. It's going to be the Rek'Sai for Beyond.
And Beyond has shown a lot on lots of the playmaking junglers. His Rek'Sai is definitely capable. Got a win in his last series out against CJ Entus with the Rek'Sai, but it's basically the priority jungler with specifically Nidalee off the board, and to a lesser extent the Elise. Interesting to see Elise banned on blue side.
Oh, well, here we go. I was going to say a lot of things made it through. Azir was one of the ones that came to mind for Coco, but once the Vladimir instead, and a very early draft of the Jhin for Fury.
I think the Jhin priority will increase even further. We already saw it being a staple of pick comps on 6-12, on 6-11, on 6-12. With the changes to a lot of the items, the Jhin build that we saw from before loses 5 AD on the Yoma's Ghostwave, but gains 5 AD on the last Whisper upgrade, and of course that has been the staple build, stacking armor penetration, serrated Dirk items into the earlier Lord Dominance Regard or Mortal Reminder, so you eventually will gain AD in the build.
Will be 10 for that, actually. It was a 5 AD addition
But
to
you
the...
lost 5 from Yomas, you gained 10 from the
I see what you're...
last Whisper, so overall it's a 5 AD swing. But speaking of swings, we see some picks from MVP. They're going to go back to the Sivir, and this has kind of been the story, is that, again, I had the queries about Ian and Maha. Maha in particular, very poor in the promotion series, but he's been on utility carries. His last 7 champion picks have been Sivir or Ashe. The Sivir has the most utility. It is a no escape champion, but with the spell shield, it's a bit safer. You fight with your tank line. Makes a lot of sense for MVP to prioritize the Sivir to get away from any of the individual disadvantages they might have with a different AD carry for Maha.
Well, yep. Also allows for them to get onto that back line, get on top of Fury with this very immobile AD carry, and try to burst him down. Right now, you see Longzhu looking to take away that second AoE movement speed champion with the Karma, so could just have that one snatched up for the support role, but now thinking about this Thresh, and it will be locked in, and it looks like Gragas will be our jungler as well.
So they're rolling the dice. This does mean there's definitely a world where Coco will really struggle to get into the back line. If you're against Sivir Karma with Trundle on the side, find it very difficult to see a team fight where Coco will actually be able to close the distance on Vladimir, even if he goes Ghost Flash. And with the quintessential mid lane matchup available in terms of counter picks so far in Korea, we've seen a lot of Anivia into Vlad picks. Worth knowing that Coco was able to beat Crown's Anivia pick with this Vladimir. If you play aggressive enough early, you can get away with it, but there's the choice of mid laners. Ian had a very impressive 8-0-2 carry performance on LeBlanc last time out. I'm not the biggest fan of the lane matchup, but for now, they are considering the LeBlanc.
Are thinking about it. In this circumstance, do you think that you go for the Ignite if you're Ian with that? Or do you go for the TB? Well, I guess
You
it
just
doesn't
don't
matter.
go for the LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Anivia coming in, so looking to kite out that Vladimir, wall him off, stop him from getting into the backline, dropping that Hemo Plague on multiple members, and Braum for Max will be our support with Sivir. So just a strong bot lane, and now we have to figure out what our top lane matchup's going to be. Trundle for the side of MVP, and now Longzhu going to be thinking about what they want to bring out here. Could be the Rumble. Talked about it earlier.
It could definitely be the Rumble. Trace is another legacy Rumble player that I expect to start adding this to his pool. No guarantees on it. Expression's definitely more of a Fiora player than a Rumble player. And you look at MVP's comp, it has so many answers to the Vladimir in particular. I already outlined the Trundle and the Sivir and the movement speed available, but Anivia has, both in lane and in team fights, the wall and slows to stop the Vlad from ever closing distance. I think MVP has basically the perfect team fighting draft, and Longzhu need to add a win condition. Fiora split push would definitely do that. There is that chance that you're able to snipe away the Anivia and punish it. They're just cycling through picks. They'll go with the Gnar. That has certainly flattered to deceive in Korea especially. We've seen plenty of international teams playing the Gnar versus Trundle matchup, running over lane and running over game. The only one in Korea who's been able to do it was Duke, who went Frozen Mallet Rush and did dominate a Gnar. Expression, let's see if his Gnar is up to par, because even though it's a counter matchup, it's almost like a soft counter because it's honestly more on the jungle skirmishing. If Beyond ganks for the lane, the Gnar gets behind, buys a Phage against a completed defensive item from Trundle, there's a chance that the Gnar never gets into the lane. But if you ward for the Gnar, if you allow the Gnar to get a big early lead, you can definitely run over the Trundle.
Yeah, we've seen both sides of it. The ones that really command and the ones that fall flat, flashing in.
It doesn't go
not
even.
hitting
It's
the
one
ultimate.
way or the other with this lane.
It's always going to be garbage or majestic. Which is it going to be, Expression?
Is that how you rate things? Garbage to majestic?
Yes. That is my scale.
So Casablanca, majestic. What's
Yeah.
garbage?
Vampires suck.
Okay, that's fair. That's a good call.
God, that movie is just one of the worst things that has ever happened to humanity.
This is the jungle choice from Chaser, something a little bit different for him, but I
Yeah.
really like the draft from MVP. It's very reliable. It doesn't require on too many variables. It has answers in team fights. It has answers in lanes outside the top lane. So, and they got a lot of good tools here, MVP, to continue that win streak and make it 5 in a row.
We'll see if they're able to do it, if Longzhu can stop the loss streak, find their way back into the standings and try to climb up a little bit in 7th place. Not where you want to be. Let's see if they can do it and get into game 1. All right, here we go. It's going to be a Cloud Drake. Hooray! Kicking things off. Wouldn't be a piggyback broadcast without a Cloud Drake.
It's true. I mean, the clouds definitely come out when we broadcast together, Achilles. I think we have unreasonable amount of clouds.
It's been pretty sunny out recently. Actually, yesterday was
It was a beautiful day.
a
yesterday.
very gorgeous day.
So we spent it inside playing other games.
We had a barbecue yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. We played many more games than barbecued.
It was like a 3-hour barbecue.
It was a work barbecue, also especially.
Well, it was a pretty good one, especially though going to get jumped on. The sun will come through. He gets chomped, and one last smack from the Trundle will take him down. So remember what we were talking about, garbage or majestic? I think we're starting to lean towards the former a little bit here for Expression. Really rough start to things here for that Gnar.
It's just level 1. Gnar can skill the hop or the bounce at level 2 and have some semblance of an escape, but not ideal that ADD picked up the kill score. We'll go back. It's going to be a long sword, so he's definitely going to try and go for the Tiamat first, which does have an element of risk, but it's a more satisfying buy than a Ruby Crystal to be true, but we'll see how the lane matchup goes. Flash down's not ideal, but it's a trade of a flash, so outside chance that we'll see the top lane still go as expected. Expression should have lane control over the Gnar.
We'll find out. Both flashes being used by ADD and Beyond, so that will take a little bit away from the gank pressure for that Rek'Sai. Can't get the flash on Burrows for a little bit of time, so it will allow him to stick in the jungle and farm up for a bit longer than we normally would see.
Let's see how Coco does once again on the Vladimir versus Anivia matchup. Last time, when he did really well against Crown in that Samsung victory, it was Rush of Spirit Visage, and then he just ended up winning trades straight up against the Anivia, went super aggressive with his Ghost and Flash, so did show that there is a path in this lane to victory.
I'm ready for the Proto Belt. Let me see it. You can also see it on the Gragas. We're talking about
A lot of
Alan
damage.
Monty, but yeah, Max getting engaged on the Ignite tick. Will take one more shot, but heal used by Maha will help keep him alive. But some really good early aggression there from the side of Longzhu.
First game on 6-12. Not so many changes so far, but it was a pretty soft patch in terms of champion changes. Corki was one of the big benefactors, so
Yeah, that's true. We're not sure if we'll see him come back out anytime
someone
soon.
will
but
try him.
It's a bit of an option there for teams if they want to try playing him again.
The caster AD carries, like someone like Pilot, I think, will definitely try to work in the Corki into the lineup, but not for this first series, to be true. Item changes, I don't think they're that significant, because the big one is Infinity Edge. You know, hasn't sit up for a long time.
Oh, Max taking a bunch of damage. The play comes through, trying to get those stacks in onto Pure. He will have to back off yet again. Taking that last potion, will regen him up a little bit, but has to wait for that wave to come really far forward into the turret to try to get those relic shield charges up. Maybe flash forward from Fury. The W going to go really wide. So aggressive play, just not well executed. He's going to have a flash down. We saw Beyond hovering in the brush right there. Not coming in, but says, you know what? I'll just make another visit after I take down these trucks.
He's very much looking for a counter gank. He might have information there is a ward in the Tri-Brush. That means that the gank attempt will probably be unsuccessful. You can see for now, he once again is cheating around that ward, but doesn't want to enter. It has recalled, so it's just Maha, but again, Beyond just providing coverage for his bot lane.
Yeah, just making sure they don't want to go in for any really aggressive dives, but with flash and heal down on the side of that Jhin, definitely not something you want to do with just 2 members of your party in the area. ADD though, we can see him getting shoved into lane, but with that longsword, last hitting these minions is pretty much a non-factor for him. He's able to pick up most of those and now has a 10 CS lead over top of that Gnar.
Shy was cheered for last hitting on Trundle in his grand return for CJ Entus. We don't have a crowd here today, so we don't know if ADD was cheered. I'm going to guess no.
We have a guy.
We have a stream, man.
I mean, he could be a crowd, I guess.
That's true.
If he just yells loud enough.
A crowd of one.
A crowd of one.
We don't need a crowd. We're excited just for some sick 6-12 League of Legends.
There we are. I'm just excited for MVP to continue their win streak. I mean, Longzhu turning things around would certainly be nice to see. Keep the league very competitive, but MVP now with this getting close to meteoric rise up from where they started. It's always fun to watch. These teams that you thought were down and out coming back in.
MVP has shown a lot, both in terms of team play, which I think has been surprisingly good, and some individual play. Beyond really does look like, you know, you would have said comfortably at the start of the season he'd be threatening top 5 jungler in the league. You know, there is 10, so maybe top half, but threatening top 3 at this point with some really impressive performances. Looking for a wraparound around bot side. Remember, Fury Flash in front of Beyond.
Yeah, well, here comes Beyond. The play comes through from Max. Looks like they're going to jump straight onto Fury. Gets the concussive blows with the knock-up out of the end. Bro, TP's coming through as well. Looks like they're going to go ahead and cancel those ones out, so the top laner's not going to be joining us. But another kill picked up for MVP, making moves on that bottom side, capitalizing on that flashless Jhin. Come up with a second kill.
So the big story here is how smart Beyond is. He's smart to wrap around. They know Fury doesn't have flash, but Pure reads this. He's like, okay, I can flash throw out Lantern. So he actually interrupts the Lantern toss with his own flash unburrow. Once again, Beyond, he has this ability to read the play better than other junglers. In fact, better than many junglers outside of Bengi and, of course, Kakao when he was in this league. Reading the plays really well, and his team profits from it. Now 2-0 up. Obviously, the gold lead's not massive. The first kill was a level 1 kill, but it also means that just the fact that Beyond can find a lot of time to gank bot instead of babysitting a bad matchup in top lets you know how important the level 1 kill was in opening up Beyond to impact lanes other than the bad matchup for Trundle.
Yep, and that's going to be a kill now onto Maha, helping him out. We can see double Dorans with the Caulfield's Warhammer in over top of that double longsword for Fury, who's going to be looking for that Dirk on the next back, but delaying that as much as they can. It's going to be a good look here for MVP. So ADD can get some armor in, become a very tanky Trundle. Hasn't gone back yet, neither has Expression. So we'll see which way he wants to go, whether it's going to be the Frozen Mallet or just straight to the Black Cleaver. But now Beyond roaming up top. I think he spotted that with Trevor Sense. Definitely sees it now as Chaser roaming in. They'll stay safe. Body slam in here. Beyond just going to waddle his way out. Chaser's still trying to
build rage here.
Yeah, he's going to try to. Throws that one out, but flashes away immediately. Does have that Gnar ultimate available. If he can just get the transformation. Doesn't matter. Chaser goes in. Now here comes Expression ready to turn into that Mega Gnar. They should be able to die for this one with Relative Ease. One more attack. The stun's not going to connect. Chaser's going to have to go deep. Body slam whiffs. The barrel not going to connect. And ADD just walks his way to victory. Now Ian on the roam up looking for Chaser. Flashes the wall. There it is. Picks up the kill. Will equalize it in a 1-1. But wow, what a botched dive by Longzhu.
Well, Rox Tigers did the same thing a couple of days ago, and apparently Longzhu thought anything you guys can do, we can do better. And by better, I mean that was really terrible from Chaser in particular. Now, not trivial to hit those skill shots, but it's nice predictions. So the reason why this is interesting is that Chaser realizes that Expression's at half rage, and they can kill Beyond. There's good base values on the damage from the Gragas. So they just take him out, but hilariously, the fact that Expression transforms is what really counts against him. He doesn't have that last auto attack, so he doesn't finish the hyper, and then Chaser goes for one of those outstanding Gragas plays where
trying to get the fade away on the barrel,
and then he has no mana. So Ian, flash and ult. You have to hit that ult pretty precisely now that the AoE range is smaller for the Anivia, but that's definitely one to affect the morale for Longzhu.
It's definitely one to forget for the rest of your life and pretend like it never happened.
I'm pretty sure that clip's not going anywhere. It's on the internet now.
Yep.
It's internet official.
It's eternal. Oh, the spirit of bubbling will live on forever.
One of the most famous Oceanic League of Legends clips, in fact, is as we see Max down bot lane.
Yeah, Max going aggressive. Here comes Beyond over the wall. We're going to pop up on the Pure straight to the concussive blows. The heal comes out, but the Ignite's there to match. Maha with one last auto attack will take him down, but here comes the curtain call. Max is going to go ahead, throws out the Glacial Fissure. Nicely done. We'll interrupt that one. And they are going to find another kill. MVP Nicely played on the bottom side.
I mean, it's just great jungle pathing again. Even though Fury had Flash available, Pure did not. They blew Fury's Flash, then tunneled on the Pure, who didn't have Flash available. Nice walk-up cancel by Max, and Beyond picks the lanes, they pull it off, Chaser picks the lanes, and we saw the result. And we're just seeing a gulf between these two teams that no one could have predicted at the onset of the season.
Yep. Very cheeky there from Max. I thought he was just going to body block, but I think he acknowledged that even with the 4 hits, he might have been able to get killed, so decides to just Reinhardt ultimate the high noon McCree.
I didn't get to... I like what you did there, but I didn't get to finish my story of the most infamous Oceanic League of Legends clip being
By all means.
of Minky Whale, now coach of Legacy, ganking Gragas, ganking as Gragas in bot lane, missing every ability and dying. It's really funny clip if you find it.
I'll have to check
Look
that
up
one
Minky
out.
Whale Gragas or Oceanic Gragas and you'll find it.
All right. I'm glad you're here because I don't know any of these names, admittedly. Ian, though, looking like he's going to get beat up by Jacer. Nicely stunned. Big wall comes through, forces out the flash from the Gragas, and Jacer just has to back off. Really well played there by Ian, keeping himself alive.
I think Chaser needs to stay in the jungle, just clear camps, get tanky. The gank's really not working out. He's gone Runeglaive as well. As far as I can tell on our screen, there's a small screen. I believe it's Runeglaive. So
Yeah, it looks like he has.
that means you can't take as many turret shots, Chaser.
Yep. Special, trying to get aggressive, goes into that Mega Gnar form, but ADD's just been keeping himself pretty safe. Double Swifties for the top laners, but the Tiamat already completed here for the Trundle. And looks like it will be a Phage coming out for Expression.
One thing I want to note is that Gragas had Flash up, and Nivea did not, because of course Flash to kill Gragas in top lane, and yet they couldn't pull off that gank. It looked like a pretty easy gank from Chaser's side, so that lets you know that unfortunately the mechanics from today, on this Gragas in particular, have eluded Chaser.
Yeah. Now the BF sword completed from Maha. Fury still a ways away, and ADD is just not afraid. Keep going aggressive. Meanwhile, the bot side, speaking of aggressive, the box comes down. Maha taking a bunch of damage to the cast. Gonna get spell shielded out, but the barrel is able to finish him off. The TP now being completed by Ian as he arrives. They will find a kill onto Pure, but the curtain call's there, and they're firing shots into Ian. Takes a bunch of damage. Nice wall, trying to keep Expression away, but they're right next to that one. They could lock him down. Fury comes in with the W, takes out 2, finding the double kill onto ADD and beyond. Nicely played by Longshu. Good execution. They come out on top.
Even though MVP channeled both their teleports first, Coco had ghosted to bot to be there. Maha died first, so Beyond was waiting for the counter gank. Had to wait too long, was baited in, and Maha died. So it ends up being a big one trade by Longshu and that first Drake. That might actually steady the ship for Longshu, which certainly was looking haphazard after Gragas' 2 failed turret dives. We're seeing the replay. Maha takes too much damage, so by the time Beyond gets in, Maha's dead. Nice spell shield, honestly, on the Gragas cask, but the regular barrel does it. And even though MVP are in position, Gnar comes with the appropriate rage bar. Fury's free hitting, taking no damage in the backline. And Gnar managed to zone both Anivia and Braum on the bot side, which means they just cheat top, get a double kill, get a Drake. Nice stuff from Longshu.
Yeah, very nice. That's going to be a big pickup there for the side of Fury. We can see the Youmuu's Ghost Blade's been completed by him as he pops it to get back down to that bottom lane.
With that roam, or forced roam for Ian, the item timing starts to hurt a little bit. Tier, Catalyst, the blasting one, but of course 100 extra gold for that Rod of Ages may have been the difference, but it's still not completed, and Spirit Visage is done on Vlad, so these trades will definitely be going very nicely for Coco in the mid lane.
Yep. Ian still looking for the Rod of Ages. That's stacking up. Should have the gold for it pretty soon if he doesn't already for that completion. Of course, cost did go up by about 100.
Yeah, I mentioned that. And it's just a back timing issue as well for the side of Coco. So for Ian, he has to find time to return to the base. Doesn't have teleport either.
And for ADD, looks like he's going to be going straight in for Iceborne Gauntlet. Has the Glacial Shroud in the inventory.
I don't know if he will full-on rush that item. Frozen Heart does a bit of work against him, but not that much because of Jhin, of course, not interacting with attack speed much. They're looking on to Chaser.
Yeah, Beyond's coming in. That's going to be on the hunt. Pops. Max tries to get there, but the nice Lantern over the wall from Pure will keep the Gragas safe. Because you're not dying this time, my friend.
Ian showing good performance on the Anivia in the mid lane. ADD could be rushing the Iceborne goal. I think he needs a bit of health to be able to fight these team fights against Runeglaive, Gragas, and of course the Vladimir. So don't know if he'll go straight for that Iceborne Gauntlet or just turn into other resists first.
Well, Beyond looking like he wants to go pretty aggressive into the jungle. Starts up this blue buff. Chaser is there. So might just have to give this one over. Big hit comes through from Fury. Does he get the root in onto Maha? Couldn't really tell. Either way, chunks him down a little bit.
So the timing on the roam was actually pretty good from Beyond and Max. Ian's been able to shove Vladimir in the mid lane, and they had some semblance of lane control in bot, so that was a good time to contest. Didn't feel it was safe enough. They pulled away, which is fine, but MVP were able to do this pretty impressively against CJ. Once they get a lead in the mid game, which they don't have right now, but obviously they will gain soon, they're very good at furthering their advantage by contesting enemy red buff, contesting enemy blue buff, ensuring there are no free camps for the enemy, which if you know you're ahead or if you know your relative position in a game is the next step towards growing a lead, which a lot of teams struggle to do, whether they're new to Champions or whether they've been in this league for multiple seasons.
Yeah. So far now, top lane matchup starting to go the way of Expansion, who's able to lay down that damage, has the page for the trading, and has netted himself a little bit of a lead. It's going to be the Void Rush here, straight into a box from Beyond. Tunnels out immediately, Chaser's there with the body slam to follow up. Max not in a position to really try to protect him. Hook comes through on Maha. Beyond going to tunnel over, get himself out of that curtain call. He's going to retreat up that bottom lane. Looks like he might be able to make it to the tower, but Chaser's here hot on his heels. Don't think enough time has transpired for him to get an execute. Chaser's still on the hunt, flashes forward. Does he actually get it? Coco finds the kill.
Actually, the flash canceled the auto attack from Gragas, so he got no kill involvement whatsoever. It just went to Vlad. Ian, free auto attacking this whole time. They got bot lane turret in all the commotion and get most of the damage onto mid lane turret just for the enemy jungler being taken out. That's actually overall a win for MVP.
Yeah, very big one at that. Just a couple more pushes from Ian in that mid side. We'll be able to take down the tower. You can see Coco just trying to clear that out as best he can. Yeah, Chaser though coming in over the wall is going to get the slow out with the barrel. Stuns immediately from Ian. Wall comes through, but it doesn't matter. Flayed in, the egg's going to get popped, and he's going to go down. Nice little turnaround here from Longzhu. They will find themselves with a kill lead. Gold lead not quite going to be there yet, but it's going to be damn close.
That was either a next level play from Coco or very fortuitous timing. He used his pull to wave clear the minions. So of course Anivia walks up because no one ever uses Vladimir's only escape to wave clear. But of course it was exactly the same time Chaser and Pure had roamed to mid. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say next level baiting tactics from Coco. Force the Anivia or just encourage the Anivia to walk up, and it was great gank timing by Chaser and Pure regardless. This game is starting to swing towards Longzhu after a really dominant first 10-15 minutes for MVP.
Yeah, big worry is going to be those carries in Coco, and now Fury, who's got 2 kills and assists for himself. Yomu's completed, and you can see the BF sword in the inventory as well.
Top lane.
So, but yeah, big group up coming in. Maha and Max playing fairly far back though, especially building up that Gnar bar. Has flash available, but not really in a comfortable range to go in and try to make a big play.
I see Jhin revealing himself in top lane, which I think will show to both sides that 4v4 or more action could occur. MVP are the only team that are able to rotate 5 members to the top lane because they have double teleport. Coco could ghost up shortly, but doesn't have ghost quite yet.
Max clearing out that ward. Beyond's hovering in the area, but still just not able to find a way in. We don't see Chaser. Assuming he's going back into the jungle, and that's going to be a blue buff now handed over to Ian, so he can continue trying to pressure out Coco on this Vlad, but still been rough so far. Down 19 CS.
Especially Chason has Black Cleaver completed, so it's gone the most offensive of choices, less health, and thus basically no defensive stats outside of a smattering of health on the Black Cleaver build, but it does crush lane even better. To get value out of that, you need to ward from, so we'll see if we do that, but even before...
Oh wow, big chunk coming in onto ADD, Expansion trying to chase that one out. Chaser cutting him off through that tri-brush as well. Now Maha and Max roaming down from up top, going to be matched by Pure and Fury.
They want to punish here and take the mid lane turret.
Not sure if they're going to be able to get onto that one. All of Longzhu pinching in from the bottom, abandoning that dragon, trying to hold on to that mid lane objective.
He's been able to stain up pretty well, so wasn't effectively chunked out by Expression. We could see 5v5 action, but for now, Maha seems to be channeling his back, and Expression's also taking a minion wave, so not going to be an Ocean Drake just yet.
Chaser just trying to get the pressure down. That's going to be the curtain call pulled out as ADD takes a bunch of these shots. They don't want him available for that Dragon Tank. All 4 will connect. Minions, of course, dying in the mid side will allow him to sustain back up, but he's still just about 55%. With the Dragon started up, looks like Longzhu will be able to claim this for themselves. Second Dragon taken away. Beyond goes in way too late for the smite. Throws down the chilling onto Chaser, but still cannot find the play, and he's just going to void rush out to the other side of the wall.
Yeah, the percentage play for MVP here is to push mid lane. They have a very low outer turret. This will open up some really good options for them. Yep, they're going to chunk it out.
Yep. Trying to get on this one. The turn will go down. Meanwhile, AT's been completely segregated on the other side. The box comes down, slowing him up. He has to flash. The W will not connect. Throws down the pillar, and that should be enough to disengage MVP. So they lose the Ocean Drake, but they will be able to get that tier 1 in mid, which helps them open up the map.
The last few skirmish choices have been uncharacteristically off by MVP, specifically beyond some of his Rek'Sai ultimates. Some of his engages have been either too slow or overly aggressive, and while he made the last play work, when they ended up picking multiple turrets or almost multiple turrets in exchange for his death, it hasn't been the MVP that both started this game and beyond's performance been dipping a little bit. And Chaser, after a very embarrassing first few engages, has stepped it up. He has been picking up the kills, which isn't necessarily ideal kill distribution, but he's been there and he's been effective, and he hasn't let a wayward first few minutes impact the rest of the game.
Yep. Now with that Ocean Drake, it's really going to help them out in sieging. Just move forward, get chipped down, back off, regen up. MVP, though, grouping up into this top side, might be looking for a play onto the tier 1 tower in a bit. Expression's hovering around that area. Looks like they do have the fast track on it. With Maha there with that Essence Reaver and the Zeal in the inventory, they will be able to chunk down that turret very quickly. So that's going to give them another tower advantage.
But these lane assignments are actually really good for MVP. You look at them, you're like, okay, they're trading turrets. But remember, one top laner has built to dominate lane, the other has built for team fights, and they're going equal. So Gnar isn't able to wail away on the Trundle with no real recourse for the Trundle. The objectives overall, MVP got the first turret, they ended up trading. So trading is good when both top laners are being denied and one is built specifically for lane.
Proto Belt now completed here for Coco. So we can expect some very explosive entrances into these fights, trying to get onto the back line and work down Maha as best as he can. Whether or not that's going to happen, we'll have to wait and see. But so far, it's been pretty good for the Vladimir with a 1-0 and 3 score line.
Honestly, when it's a Sivir comp, the backline is probably going to be more Anivia than the Sivir. Sivir's usually fighting with someone like the Trundle or the Rek'Sai. So many frontliners. Anivia, the true backliner for MVP, is very likely to get a 5-man Hemoplague if MVP opt into a 5-man fight. They have opportunities to disengage, but very much going to be grouped as 5.
Oh boy, Max going up here will get grabbed up straight into the curtain call. Chaser's there, trying to capitalize. Glacial Fisher gets thrown out, and they're trying to get onto Pure, who goes over the wall, flash away by Chaser as well. This could be a fight for MVP. Ian comes through, is not able to get the flash freeze yet. Finally finds it, takes him down. That's going to be a kill picked up here for MVP. Now going on to Fury, ADD going to go ahead, pop the Subjugate, but they can't pursue any further. So despite getting caught out in their own jungle, MVP come away with the only kill.
Yeah, but the thing about getting caught out in your own jungle is that your allies have a much shorter path to come and reinforce. It ended up being outnumbered for MVP. No ward for Expression to really look for a realistic teleport. Didn't have a Gnar Rage Bar either. So long as you end up once again seesawing the advantage slightly towards MVP. But all in all, very, very even at 23 minutes. Both teams have made mistakes. It does feel a bit like a 6th versus 8th matchup.
It's holding up to that expectation for sure. 1.4 thousand separating these guys at just 23 minutes. And still, any teams in the game at this point, Longzhu with that double Drake, are going to have the upper hand innately. But they need to equalize the turret count, because right now it's 3-1.
Crucially, they're not team fight Drakes. Both teams have a team fight comp. When Expression was hovering over Fiora, we said it was going to be a 4-1. Now it is a true team fight comp, so we have to talk about the important variables. So far, Expression's done a good job.
Oh boy.
Getting a semblance of a lead. They don't know ADD's there, so that's fortunate for MVP.
Almost akin to some days' play, as Cheeky sticking around in the brush, but not going to find the pinch this time, so it looks like he will be able to just safely recall out of there.
So while it wasn't a Fiora, Gnar vs Trundle is inherently a winning matchup for the Gnar, and he's doubled down on laning items. Black Cleaver and Frozen Mouth. This is literally, I've got health, I get some free resists in Mega Gnar form, but this is effectively, you can't enter lane against me, Trundle. I have the answer for the laning phase. Now, the answer to that is teamfighting. They have Sivir, they have Initiation on the side of MVP, but Longzhu are still trying to warp the game. So this Gnar is effectively a better team fight than a Fiora, but right now at least has similar solo lane presence that a Fiora would at 24 minutes.
Yeah, but even with all that team fight prowess that MVP has been building up with themselves with that Trundle's build, it could be turned on its head very quickly by one well-placed Mega Gnar ultimate from Expression. So execution is going to be key from them. See if they're able to pull it off, but next Dragon coming up here in 35 seconds. Didn't quite catch which one it's going to be, so I guess we'll find out shortly.
Trundle Pillar, I think, is going to be even more consequential in this game. You look down the MVP lineup. If they do truly 5v5, the only ability they have to, from range, interrupt the Fury ultimate that's realistic. You're probably not going to be able to walk up as a Nivea and Q the Jhin, but the Trundle Pillar does have a large enough cast range that it's really the only ability they have to interrupt it. So ADD will have to be on form with that. Expression, once again, ADD cannot enter lane right now against the Trundle, so free turret over.
Yep, that's going to bring our gold lead really close now for MVP, just a couple hundred separating them. So it's going to be a rough spot. Trying to make some picks there, trying to get some poke down on the Chaser as he pushes in to take out that pink ward. Will win the fight. And now Longzhu very heavily grouped up in this mid. Not going to be able to get a push in. Wave clear, of course, is there from both Ian and Maha. So getting a siege onto that turret is going to be very difficult for them.
Jhin has good exclusive vision around the Ocean Drake. Ian can teleport down, but Anivia wants setup time. Very much a control mage right to Vladimir, so teleport plays are difficult. We're going to see the teleport.
Might work. Beyond goes in. It's going to be taken away by Chaser. He's able to find that one. Big cast comes through, knocking MVP into the wall. Now Expression pitching it from the back. Has that Narbonne build up to half. Looks like MVP are just going to turn around, try to get onto him. It's going to be the Pro Belt used an ADD all by his lonesome up in the front of the fight. Expression gets locked up by the Anivia. Looks like he barely might make it out of this one. He does, but he does help pick up a kill on the side of ADD. So with the top laner is going to be falling down. Now with the curtain call pop, going to be finding a kill onto Max. Can they find more? Wall comes out from Ian, will stop them from getting a hook in. But overall, it's a 2-for-1 pickup for Longzhu, plus a second Ocean Drake.
They are at the moment cheating towards mid lane and Baron. It's probably not Baron time for Longzhu, but certainly going to be the mid lane outer turret. It was a nice Gnar ultimate, but no other way for Longzhu to capitalize on it. Not able to chain both the Hemo Plague and the Gnar ult. But they still get a 2-for-1 trade. No one got anywhere near Fury. The ultimate wasn't able to be interrupted, and although I said MVP have this impressive team fight comp, for now, when we're in the mid game, when the arm penetration stacking build from Fury is at its strongest, they need a way to interrupt or to contest this Jhin, and as you can see from this fight, they don't really have it.
Yep.
We're seeing the replay. Coco's just separated in the early game. Not much is happening, but you're worried because Expression's in the backline. Excellent rage bar. The 2-man ult onto Max and Beyond, so not ideal target selection. But at the same time as ADD is occupying the backline, both frontliners die, and Fury channeling this ult. So much flat armor penetration. Maha actually times his spell shield to save him. But overall, you can see for now, if Longzhu gets those free autos from Fury, they're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, and that helps turn around that gold lead in their favor. And 2 Ocean Drakes. It's going to be quite nice when it comes down to knocking down those towers. Duskblade and the Yomus have been completed here for Fury. Now with the BF Sword and that pickaxe in the inventory, looking for the Infinity Edge, it would seem, with that +5 AD. So he's going to be hitting really hard.
Interesting, I think we saw Arrow and other Jhin players 2 days ago on 6-11 going for Last Whisper or another Dirk in this spot.
It
maybe
could still be a Last
more
Whisper.
Malmortius. It's heavily looking like Infinity Edge, which got buffed, but there's a Frozen Heart already completed, and now the Warden's Mail onto the Trundle. So I think Last Whisper, with the buff it received, the extra 10 AD, would be really massive at this spot.
Yep. We might have a skirmish over this blue buff. Will be taken away by MVP. Beyond has to smite it, which means that Ian won't have it for himself. They will be able to back off, and ADD is just trying to do what he can to save this turn against Expression, because he's just getting chunked down. Finally can move up as Expression does get forced into the Mega Gnar. But he has a very considerable lead right now, 53 CS over top of this Trundle.
Yeah, level under, and the item disparity means that ADD can just farm under turret. You will mostly watch this turret chip down to free autos from Expression, so not ideal for MVP. Honestly, everyone's collectively holding their breaths, waiting for the 5v5. Looked like there was going to be one around Baron, but for now, everyone backs away.
Just going to take some time, take a breather here for the side of Longzhu. Been making really good proactive plays recently, and they're actually going to continue the trend as they go into this Baron. There's no vision from the side of MVP. Beyond is roaming up here. We'll spot them with the Tremor Sense, and Longzhu going to play it safe and go ahead and peel off of that objective. So good game sense by MVP. They move up and their presence will stop that take. That could have been devastating. Meanwhile, Expression going hard onto ADD in the bot side, gets the stuns in, chunks him down below half.
Doesn't have kill pressure, now has used the Gnar ultimate. It's on a short cooldown with the 20% CDR from the Black Cleaver, but not ideal. The kill pressure not quite there under turret at the moment for Expression. Gonna have to really heavily rely on the Tremor Sense MVP when it comes to getting wards around the Baron, specifically because they only have a single blue trinket, and the double pinks have been sticking from Longzhu.
Well, they're still playing around this Baron. Looks like they're going to go ahead and start this one up. Coco's already been on it as he gets chunked down to half, but they'll be able to make that up very quickly with the transfusion. Beyond starting to roam back up, walks over that trap from the Jhin.
They don't know what health it's at, now they do.
Yeah, this Baron's already down below half. Wall comes through from Ian, keeping Chaser stuck into the pit. Takes the Lantern out, Max up in the front line. Glacial Fish comes through, does find Pure. Beyond goes in, gets the pop-up in, onto the Thresh. They will be able to burn him out. Ian finds the kill, but the cast comes through, and Beyond gets knocked right into the back line of Longzhu. They take him out with relative ease. Now the curtain call pop. The shot's coming through, trying to find Max. ADD will eat the last one as he takes down Coco. It's a 2-for-1 so far from MVP. They stop the Baron, so they definitely come out on top of this one. ADD going to be taking a little bit of damage off the backside of this, but Expression not going to be able to do anything else.
Yeah, Expression teleported, had no rage bar at all on the Gnar, wasn't impacting, it was in mini Gnar form the whole time. We're going to see the replay. It's hard initiate by MVP. They got the first teleport as well. It was a defensive teleport from the Trundle, but they just focused down Pure in the front line after hitting the CC from the Anivia. And again, this fight was all about hitting who's in front of you. In this case, it was Coco. Tried to invite damage, died to the second half of the Trundle ult.
Yeah, and that was just him not respecting Ian. Walks straight forward into that flash freeze. He gets bursted out, goes down to the sanguine pool.
And the reason why the positioning was so off from Longzhu was that Chaser had to be lanterned out of the Baron. The wall came down from Anivia, who walked up. They had to use the lantern just to get Chaser from taking Baron damage, and they were kind of all at sea in terms of positioning around that Baron.
You know, I didn't really spot that. I don't think Coco used his Zhongnu's Hours class.
Not sure if he had it completed then, but if he did...
No, he's had it. Because now he has the needlessly large rod in the inventory. I don't think he got to use it. So... But a misplay there, should have popped that as soon as he got into the sanguine pool. But even then, more than likely would have went down as Pure would not be there to throw a lantern and take him to safety.
You are in a weird spot with Zhonya's. It was buffed in terms of build path, no longer expensive building out the needless large rod. But 120-second cooldown means that you don't always have it for the next fight.
Yeah.
It was probably an oversight, but there is now edge cases where with the change from 90 seconds to 120 seconds, you have to be a bit more creative with that cooldown instead of just using it every time you fight.
Sure. So it was the Infinity Edge there for Fury. We'll see where he wants to go now, if it's going to be the Last Whisper to come out as the fourth item.
He desperately needs a last one. He's against Randuin's Frozen Heart now, so...
Definitely needs to be getting to that front line. It's going to be our third Ocean Drake of the game here, started up by Longzhu, and having damage coming through. Fury's going to take that Lantern out to safety. Chaser getting pressured in. W will come through from the Jhin, only roots down ADD, and now MVP have a fast track to push in onto this Dragon. Eventually just go for a smite war. ADD is trying to push up in the front line, deny this as best as he can. It will be taken away as Maha confirms the Drake. It looks like MVP are going to be satisfied with that objective and just go ahead and peel back.
Not a lot of pick CC for MVP. They weren't going to be hitting an Anivia Flash Frost in that area, so they'll take the Drake back away. It was an auto attack after Beyond smited, so a little bit concerning that he missed the smite. They'll cheat towards top. They've had to watch as Longzhu had exclusive vision around Baron for about the last 5 to 8 minutes, so finally MVP has vision of their own, but don't really have any true Baron threat. They're actually a very poor team at taking Baron. We're so used to seeing the Cassiopeias of the world when it comes to Baron taking, but Anivia is certainly not in the same weight class when it comes to taking down neutral.
Or the Azir.
It's true.
They just can't burn that out nearly as quickly.
They got the front line, but not the damage. Sivir, good on her own, but no one else to help her out.
Well, MVP do pick up their first Drake, the Ocean, and more crucially, deny a third Ocean Drake over from the side of Longzhu.
So
Now-
important, those Baron standoffs when you
Yeah.
look for the ward, you disengage, the fact that you can sit back for a couple of seconds, regen large swaths of your health, and specifically mana, because you're going to be always going to be fishing for stuns and picks around Baron. The Ocean can make a big difference around Barons and Elder Drakes.
Now Expression just using that range power with the Frozen Mallet. Get himself over top of ADD, chunks him out a little bit, but does back off. Guardian Angel completed for the Gnar, so that's going to be potentially crucial in these fights if he gets popped early and can come back in and get a big stun off.
I mean, Guardian Angel's just such a zero-sum item right now, just from its build path, building so much armor and magic resist, and the fact that it was buffed in terms of how much health it gives you. It's just a cost-effective, slot-effective item. Gnar, at the end of the day, is either going to get a great Gnar ultimate or be pretty much a non-factor in the fight, so I don't know if the revive is as significant as in other games, but as you can tell from the last couple of weeks of Champions, we're seeing more and more Guardian Angels in every game. We're averaging 3 to 4 at this point.
Yeah, it's been pretty ridiculous, the game of just no one ever dying. I think it was the Samsung KT game where we had like maybe 5 collected Guardian Angels. Is it all we need now is a zillion,
Hey, you
and
turn
then it's a real party.
Hey, you turn back the clock to Season 2, the season everyone loves to remember. I don't know if they were watching the CLG EU games or the M5. Everyone has a Guardian Angel, including the Thresh days.
Ah, the good old days. I miss M5.
That's fair. Their players are still around.
Yeah, I mean, got Diamond playing on a challenger team in North America, of all places. Not where I thought that he was going to wind up, but
It's a funny old game.
that team's name is Apex Pride. I get that it's like a lion, but it just feels really weird to me.
It's fair.
It's an odd name.
Longzhu once again seesawing their way into Baron control. Pretty quiet last few minutes. Only the Dragon Steel to speak of. When we're getting to the ultra late game scaling, Vladimir Jin certainly has a lot of power, but the teamfight answers in the Trundle Pillar and the Anivia Wall are there, so it's going to honestly be on the teamfight acumen of these two teams. Expression to me is the wild card. Do you get the massive Gnar ultimate on 3 members, chain it into Hema Plague and just kill everyone?
Will you be Majestic?
Yeah, will you be Majestic or will you be garbage? That's what we're going to find out.
So far he's been teetering more towards Majestic. 0, 2, and 5 is not that bad of a scoreline. TPing in, though, without any Gnar bar. That's pretty garbage.
What's in the middle of Majestic and garbage, Kilios? Aight.
Aight? Yeah,
All
just
right.
aight.
Not pronounced alright. It's aight only, so
How's your Gnar? Aight.
I'm hoping that's not what Expression said in Champion Select.
The coach just... Expression, can you play this? Aight.
That'd be weird to say in a Korean
Yeah.
voice chat, but okay. I'll remember it that way.
Max just wanted to hop closer to that route. Not able to find the Winter's Bite, and it's just going to be really slowed down now for both of these teams.
Gnar is really pushed up with no vision. In general, Longzhu this game has very poor vision, a couple of wards around the Baron and nothing else to speak of. Again, one of the reasons I don't like this Gnar pick against Trundle, even with the on-paper great matchup, is your team has to play around it or you lose a lot of the power. He's pushing without vision, and although you could say a couple people show up bottom, do Baron, one of those people could be Rek'Sai, who could easily just
zip back.
teleport over. Anivia has teleport as well. They could 3-man gank the Gnar and then rotate and answer a Baron very easily. So for now, very risky play from Expression, but probably not going to be punished.
Still suffering a lot of HP, especially as he's getting ready to go into this Mega Gnar. Will be the time for Trundle to take advantage. Has used the Subjugate already. Just trying to push on him as much as he can. Will get a jump away into the slow. Expression desperately needs to keep that Guardian Angels up on himself.
Ult from ADD being down is relevant to team fights, but the rest of his
halfway
team's
back up.
not in position. As you mentioned, the cooldown reduction means that it's going to be up soon.
Build still coming online here from Maha. Has since completed the Mortal Reminder. Let's see where he wants to go, because we've seen Sivers do a bunch of different things. The Bloodthirster, an item that's often come out. There's a rare occasion last split where we did see the Trinity Force.
Big difference between the two teams
Oh, I thought he took that away for a second.
is the armor penetration completion. We do see The rapid-fire cannon from Fury as a 4th item, so he's really sticking with going for more traditional items, not picking up the recently buffed Mortal Reminder or Lord Dominic's Regard. Jin, to me, his power level is directly proportional to the strength of the enemy tank line, and Trundle and Rek'Sai are very powerful at this point.
Yep.
Speaking of power plays, MVP's going for one of their own.
Yeah, they TP this one in. Longzhu coming nearby to try to check this out. They will spot them. There should be MVP backing off, especially as that teleport comes in from Expression. Doesn't have anything on the Narvar. EDD gets grabbed up by that hook. Will be pulled into the box, and Longzhu just trying to pinch in from the top of that Gnar. Curtain Call is going to be opened up. Max takes the first shot. The second one as well. Half the body block the rest of these, or he will go down. Big chunk off of Ian. And that might be Longzhu sticking around to try to take out this Baron. Everybody on their side really healthy.
Really optimistic start by MP. They don't have a fast Baron. They now open up Longzhu to go for a Baron of their own. They've cleared out Vision. Baron's coming down. It's at 7,000.
Expression is going to be transforming into that Mega Gnar. Big front line beyond on the backside of the pit. Might be looking to go in for the steal.
He's in Vision, so Longzhu have full information.
Starting to
They
reach
can
that big chunk out onto Fury from Ian. That's going to be the boomerang going forward. Not going to find the connection. Expression Gnar ulting him back, but they're still sticking on top of him. He has to flash over the wall. Now Coco might be the target. Big shield comes out from the Seraph's Embrace from Ian, trying to get through that Hemo Plague, but it drops a little bit too soon. It gets chunked out, and MVP are really going to have to back off this one. The question is, does Longzhu back off, or do they stick around?
Seems like MVP are the ones that are going to clear out Vision. Baron is re-aggroed. Beyond's going to back, has the ability to Rek'Sai ult. Anivia can also teleport in, so MVP could go for the Reforce, and Longzhu will have less teleports to get back in.
Looks like they might be doing that, trying to get onto Coco, who goes straight into the Sanguine Pool. Will take that Lantern out to safety. Expression now going to be the one targeted out. Uses the hop, doesn't have the flash, gets knocked up. Guardian Angel looks like it might be going down. One last jump, they will be able to pop that one. Coco getting chunked out, almost gets stunned up by the concussive blows. He's going to try to get out of this one. Expression might just be the sacrificial Yordle. He will go down. Ian finds the kill, and AD not done yet. Has that GA of his own. Says, you know what, I can stick around in the front lines, but MVP uses the call to go ahead and back off. The question is, do they go for the Baron? Looks like they're going to start this one up, but Longzhu's members that are here are still very healthy.
But the cooldowns aren't there. No Gragas Ultimate, no Hemo Plague, no box. They're going to try and rush it down.
He's going to have to try to go in for the seal. Can he get it? No, it's going to be confirmed by Beyond. Takes the Lantern out. Chaser will stay alive, but the Baron confirmed finally comes in here from MVP at 41.5 minutes.
So MVP thought out that scenario like a veteran team. They started Baron, and I was like, why are they doing this? But of course, it forced both ADD and Expression to teleport over. No teleport advantage, no Expression free hitting the Trundle, so that's one headache gone. They both get chunked out, and of course MVP, they have two teleports, Rek'Sai and Anivia being able to get straight back in. They fight over the Baron, very smartly taken. They take the Baron, and now with the Elder Drake up, they're in position to take that as well.
Yeah, this would be a pretty crucial takeaway as there are 3 buffs on the side of Longzhu. You can see ADD going into the back, using that pillar to stop them from advancing, and that will be the Elder Dragon going over to MVP. So now having both of these massive global objectives, question is, what can they do? What can they take on the map? Because they need to make plays, and they need to do it now.
I just love seeing new teams think out a scenario so smartly. They cancel out the globals, they have a global advantage, they force down Baron in a very assertive manner. The cooldown's not there for Longzhu, as we noted. And now they have such a massive lead, they're going to take another inner turret. MVP thought their way through a really prickly situation, and they want to extend their game-winning spree to 5.
Yep. Taking down that tier 2 in the mid side and the top as ADD continues to push in. So really netting themselves a solid gold lead here at the 43-minute mark. Ian as well taking away that blue buff. MVP are making full use of these buffs to just rip out everything from Longzhu's grasp.
5,000, 6,000 gold at 43 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually the first time we've seen a sizable lead between these two teams. We've kind of been spoiled because recently, in the last 5 series or so, it's been 10-0, 11-0 game ones. This has been a very close one. MVP had control of it at the start. Longzhu ran away with it, but MVP in one play has really opened up the game, and now they finally have breathing room over Longzhu.
Yeah, all of the outer towers taken here by MVP as they continue to push forward and try to siege up onto these inhibitor turrets, have those Baron-empowered minions pushing through, as well as the Ocean Drake. 50% increase from that Elder Dragon.
Still less Ocean Drake than Longzhu, it's worth noting.
But still in a very good spot. So at that point, Longzhu, you're more likely to roam back to the fountain, to the current call though, going to be opened up on the
Ian.
Gets hooked in. Can they confirm the kill? The egg is there to keep him alive. The Blade comes down, and it looks like he might not be getting out of this one alive. He does not. Jin finding the first kill. Beyond chunked out as well. Has to tunnel away, and ADD barely going to miss getting rooted by that W from the Jin. Expansion still hot on the chase. The boomerang comes through, does slow up Beyond, but the pillar comes down, and that should keep the Rek'Sai safe. The rest of MVP retreating down that bottom lane. Just going to lose Ian for it, but that's one less Baron buff on the side of MVP.
And not respecting the Gragas meant that he got really screwed up looking for auto attacks on that inhibitor turret. Too greedy when you don't have flash available as Anivia dies through the passive. We're going to see the replay. Ian feels like he can take autos, but in fact it's the root coming through from Jin, so really nicely done. It's going to be the hook, all the rest of the CC. Anivia taken out, and a 5v4, even with all the buffs, is not a scenario MVP can take.
Yeah, and even just the W pop from the Jin did a significant amount of damage. It's about 10% of the Anivia's HP, and now we can see with that pick, a massive amount of waves there gone. Longshu is starting to push up into this mid lane, trying to get some picks. ADP going to pop the subjugate. Moving forward, regenerating a lot of HP. Can they find a pick? Teleport's almost available for Ian if they can find a flank ward and make a massive play. It's getting ready to come up now. Longshu retreating down through the river. Big ward in the bottom lane with the pink. He might be able to make a move for that one. ADD trying to get on to Pure. Go for it. They get the knock up. Pure's going to go down. ADD jumping him out. Still playing up in that front line. The pillar down. Fury getting really slowed up. And now the TP channeling from that Anivia has the flank. Here comes Chaser. Walls him off. Keeps him contained next to the rest of MVP. He does body slam over. Looks like they might not be able to get any more kills. Just going to be the Thresh going down, but this could open them to take out this first inhibitor tower in the bottom side.
They're a little bit slow on pulling the trigger on the teleport play. They're going to tank up this inhibitor turret and take it though, so still going to get a big objective from this. The minion wave being proxied by Chaser doesn't matter when you have a super tank Trundle and Rek'Sai frontline. They take the inhibitor, but there could be some exit kills here for Longzhu.
Well, they use the curtain call, but they're going to go ahead and cancel that one out. Fury just looking for the refund on the cooldown. Beyond getting rooted as he goes through. Will be able to tunnel off to safety. So nicely played here by MVP. Lose Ian, fire back, pick up a kill, and now an inhibitor in the bottom side.
Anivia was kind of caught in two minds. Ian could have stayed in base for about 10 seconds and teleported in. Wasn't sure he'd have wards. And of course, there was no guarantee that Longzhu would kite towards the one pink ward that was in a really nice flank position. But the moment they started to, it felt like Ian could have been more decisive. They waited for a call clearly. They didn't try and feel out the play. They waited for the call, which meant that it wasn't to full effectiveness, but in a macro sense, they pick up the inhibitor. They pick up the inhibitor turret, even though they didn't have the minion wave in the best spot. And now when the next Baron spawns, there will be a downed inhibitor on the other side of the map for Longzhu.
Yeah. Really good setup here from MVP. In the meantime, Fury, we see the Lord Dominic's regard for him finally starting to do some real damage, Beyond especially taking a bunch. Steric's Gage barely helping him stay alive in that last exchange where he saved Ian's life, or tried to save Ian's life rather.
Contend that the Lord Dominic's regard was a couple of items late, but right now, of course, he's very, very powerful in his build. Until Guardian Angel is completed on both frontliners, Beyond is actually super tanky, but can die even through the Steric's Gage and the Randuin's Omen.
MVP though, not trying to waste any time. Have that wave getting ready to crash in the bottom side. It's moving up. They're going to go ahead, sit up in the mid, try to get some damage in onto that tower. Maw gets a couple swings in, will chunk it down about a third. Wave clear coming through from Longzhu.
Chase is really going to look for Ian in particular to overextend for auto attacks. He has flash this time, so he can flash the explosive cask, but Ian is the one person that realistically can be caught on the side of MVP.
Chaser moves forward, takes a little bit of damage, and now we can see that double.
Okay, he ulted in vision, so
yeah, okay.
that tells you that Longzhu really don't want to be fighting. Short cooldown, but doing that in vision is a window that MVP can play around.
Trying to keep that wave from crashing into the base, stave off this extended siege from MVP. Looks like it might have worked, as they do go ahead and back off. Baron spawning now in 12 seconds. MVP certainly want to get ready for that with vision control.
Yeah, full build Anivia versus full build Vladimir. It does feel like one of those another eerie scenarios where it's hard to see how Coco will really get value out of the AoE from the Vladimir. Trundle Pillar, I outlined them in the champion select, but the Anivia also is Maha's hooked.
Yeah, gets a hook there into the Sivir. It gets bursted out. Wow, Pure just blowing up. Meanwhile, MVP was taking the Baron, and now ADD really far forward, just going to lose that Guardian Angel. He's going to go down. This could be a Baron pickup for Longzhu.
It's going to be a free Baron. No way to contest this. ult started, they don't actually have any vision. They wonder if the Baron's being taken. They'll be surprised to see it. Full health and regen, but massive positioning mistake from Maha. We haven't said that since the promotion series, Achilles, but he should have been around the Baron, defensively minded. MVP did not 5-man commit to the Baron. Even if they're having people act as goalkeepers, keeping people away, it's not the Sivir for sure to be the one around the enemy Raptor camp, and that's a really big penalty to take for MVP.
Yeah, well, take another look at this one. Maha just trying to pressure out Coco, just cannot see the Thresh.
It's a really weird split. It's 3 and 2, but the 3 and 2 should include the one person on MVP's team that actually does Baron damage, which of course is the Sivir. So Sivir's caught out. Pure it was a really nice hook from Pure out of vision, but really strange. You're not really going to be able to sneak out a Baron in that scenario, and Sivir especially.
Super greedy from MVP, and they pay for it significantly. ADD losing that Guardian Angel especially going to be harmful to them, and now the tier 2 going down in mid as Longzhu is making use of this Baron buff as best as they can. Expression has to hang back throughout the super minion wave that has been moving forward into the bottom side, but has TP available.
I'm not going to ult this wave.
Probably not.
People just walk up. They don't want to.
That's on the hunt pop. They're trying to make something happen as they try to get on the chaser. Jump will come through, which is Spike not going to connect though, so they can't find a slow. They can't find a root. And now Longzhu might be able to turn this one around. Randall Woods Omen does get popped. ADD looks like he's going to be able to retreat safely. Chaser gets chunked out, but still has a GA and still has that innate sustain from the W on the Gragas.
The ult on a short cooldown for Maha, so they just want to create pressure. They don't want a scenario where Expression can free clear minions and MVP are getting pushed in the mid lane. So they want to have pressure on the map for when the Elder Drake spawns, which will be in a minute and a half. I believe Baron buff will have about 20 to 30 seconds still up by the time that fight can occur around the Elder Drake.
It's a Leandries for Ian. I just noticed that.
Same thing, Faker built this as well. Obviously, it has a lot of synergy with the ultimate, because when you have a CC on you, you take the longer duration of the maximum HP burn. So it's always been a very nice core item on Anivia. Let's see anyone else, though. Well, you see what I'm
A couple times. Chaser, though, in a really bad spot. The wall comes through. They just lock him up. GA will get popped. And they finalize the kill. He used the cask, so no way to disengage. Looks like the Gragas is just going to go down. Nicely played. And a good pickup there from MVP. Now we'll be able to clear out this wave in the top side, keep that tier 2 tower alive. And with picks like that, they're keeping themselves in this game, not letting that Baron throw be the death of them.
Yeah, but not quite the same objective to pick up from what you say. It was a very clean pick. It was actually team effort required. They had Anivia wall Gragas about 100 units away from the Lantern, and then Beyond dashed on top of it just to stop it from being as easily clickable. So team effort, they get the pick. They should be able to take the Elder Drake as well, but it's only a single Drake buff, the single Ocean they have, so it's not the massive payoff. It's more of a denial away from Longzhu.
Yeah, especially for that big damage burn that they would get with that triple dragon that they have for themselves. So they go ahead and start this one up. Chaser still 25 seconds out, so this should be a relatively easy take here from the side of MVP, but they are more than likely draining that top tier 2 tower. It's already been chunked out. Jhin is right there with it. We'll be able to burn that one through, especially meanwhile creating some good pressure in the mid side. That's going to draw out the teleport straight in here from Ian. So not going to be able to answer with a TP should something happen if he's split pushing.
So Longzhu have definitely learned from their over-pursual of the Elder Drake in the match against Rocks Tigers, where they opted into Elder Drake and were answered by a Baron and lost the game. Here they realized, well, they're going to get an Elder Drake. Not a lot of value in a single Ocean Elder Drake, and they just go for harassing of turrets. And drawing out a teleport from the enemy team is probably more consequential than MVP actually securing the Elder Drake. Such is the fact that we're 53 minutes in, a single pick from a teleport from a missed position will decide the game.
Well, you said a single pick. ADD roaming up into this brush. Does not see all of Longzhu waiting for him around the corner. He gets chunked out, throws at the subjugate, but there's just nothing that he can do. Fury finds the kill. Nicely played by Longzhu.
And MVP need to make something happen with such a long death time, a 70 seconds still. They're going to try and push and take this inhibitor. It starts the recalls, not Vladimir, who recalls late, but they just want to make sure they get something on the map and just don't lose everything. And they do. They do take this inhibitor back away. They've got Sivir, so they have a lot of insurance on the escape. Expression's going to look to try and stop their recalls. Doesn't want to pass over a free kill or even just his Guardian Angel.
Yep.
So MVP, get in, get out.
Nicely played. Used on the hunt for the retreat. So they do pick up that in exchange for ADD's life.
I mean, it's the world's shortest cooldown on the On the Hunt.
It's very true.
ADD still 30 seconds. This game has crept up on us. Been certainly periods of domination for MVP, then a nice mid-game for Longzhu. MVP looked like they were going to take out the game comfortably from there, made some nice rotations around Baron. But it's now all up in the air. 2 minutes till the next Baron. Hard to see how the team that takes the next Baron doesn't win the game.
Well, it's Longzhu. I've seen some long ones from these guys. They live up
True.
to that name. 76 minutes against CJ Entis. Now at 54. So we'll see if they want to threaten that number.
6 items on basically everyone. Supports have a pink ward slot, but apart from that, actually, I tell a lie. Thresh wants to finish the Zeke's Herald as his last item. Only has Glacial Shroud and an infantry. Could be a Frozen Heart as well, I guess.
Well, MVP grouping up into this mid side. Still have the super creeps moving up in the bot. Expression completely relegated to taking care of those. Has teleport available should a fight break out.
Wave clear's not instant from Longzhu, so they have to be proactive. They have to get there early. They would have perhaps had to explosive cast if the minion wave got them closer just to get rid of the minions, but happily for them, the minion wave is still pushing up.
Expression building up that Narbar. Almost has it completed. Let's get a little bit more damage in. There we go. He does have it available to pop. Has flash as well. Could make a big hero play. Transforms. Now all MVP need to do is try to wait this one out.
I don't think he wanted to commit to anything there. Because flashes are up on both Anivia and Sivir, there's too many answers for the Gnar Rage Baron. In fact, getting into Mega Gnar form at that point was actually crucial because he finally gets AoE wave clear in his Boulder Smash ability. Better than the Boomerang Toss in that particular scenario.
Sure, the waves are going to keep crashing in, and now Baron spawning in 13 seconds. The waves are moved this far forward to the Nexus Towers. They could lose one if they fight over that Baron, which they absolutely need to do.
His vision could tell a story, but Ian doesn't have teleport available. So perhaps it's a little bit less consequential. No one's got the sort of complete vision around Baron to make it a realistic objective. So for now, it's all pretty equalized. Frozen Heart completed for Thresh. We 6 items now, boys.
Well, just 30 seconds left on that TP there from Ian, just about. So we'll have it pretty soon. Now it's all going to be about tiptoeing around this objective. As you mentioned, pretty much the team that nets this should win the game. Ward comes over the wall from the side of Longzhu, especially trying to build that Narbar as fast as he can, but I don't think he has enough time. He has to get there ASAP. This thing's being burned down. He hasn't even channeled the TP. They're going to go ahead, surrender this one over. Now teleporting in, has it to about 60% of the Narbar. Glacial Fish comes out, pops up Coco, takes a bunch of damage. So down that Hemoplague. Expression comes in. Can he get the transform? Gets his GA pop before he can cast the ultimate. MVP need to really position now. Only finds Beyond into the wall. He's hopping away, trying to get to safety. Coco using that Proto Belt to try and create more distance, but MVP are really chasing. The pillar comes down, locks 2 members out of that path. They come forward, they find Expression in Pure, but a big stun comes through from the Gnar. Doesn't matter, Ian is able to fire back, take out the Thresh. Pillar not going to cut him off this time. Beyond goes over the wall with the tunnel. Can he find a pop-up? Doesn't look like it. Expression will be able to jump his way back to safety, but MVP coming out with a pick, knocking down the GA, and now possibly a second inhibitor in the mid.
Yeah, the extra options they had through the Sivir ultimate meant they could get a fight. In fact, they had the Sivir ultimate up again, such as its short cooldown. Only Thresh is down. This is risky. 5v4 against both of the Nexus turrets for Longzhu.
Lots of Baron-empowered minions in here. The wall comes through onto Coco, takes a huge chunk of damage as he goes into the Sanguine Pool. Looks like Chaser might be the first one that falls as GA does get popped. Expression hopping to the other side of the Nexus, trying to keep himself alive. Coco regenerating with the transfusion, but it doesn't matter. There's so much power, so many minions, and MVP off of a free Baron from Longzhu take out game 1.
Longzhu didn't really feel like they juggled their tools effectively. Gnar just wave clearing, didn't have any rage bar, would then have to ult early. At least if he teleported early, he could have had some pressure. It would have still have been a 4,000 health Yordle with the ability to check, with the ability to harass, but instead was just bottom lane. We're going to see the damage delta champions. Predictably in a long game, Sivir is the one that puts out the most damage. Although Jhin was competitive, because the last Whisper was late, you get to this late game team fight scenario where no one can really be picked by the Jhin. Even if someone gets rooted, they're not going to die if it's Trundle or Rek'Sai, the only two champions who are going to walk up. And that's where the armor penetration build from Jhin is outscaled by the more reliable build from Sivir. It's going to build attack speed, attack damage, critical strike, bounce the ricochets, and hit the backline. Jhin takes a couple of ricochet hits, even if they're the third or fourth bounce. He's going to be chunked out. And just in a late game team fight with super tank frontline, Jhin really doesn't do much. And this is why, in the world where Maokai was the staple top laner and Poppy was the other top laner, you didn't see any Jhin because Jhin couldn't get through them. MVP drafted those champions. They answered the Jhin effectively. The mid game got through, I guess, a little bit under par for MVP, but enough. And then the ultra late game, that's where Jhin just didn't have the same options.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we thought it was going to be a close game, and we were very much correct. Reached about 58 minutes at the end of that one, and very much juggled back and forth. Massive misplay at the Baron there from MVP. Maha getting caught by the Thresh, by the Raptor Pit, and then able to switch it right back around. Longzhu not teleporting in, not taking hold of that Baron, and now they suffer for it. But a very close first game. Definitely going to be a close rest of this series, I think, and we could go to Game 3.
I mean, it was definitely a game that was, to me, defined by the mistakes, aside from that one excellent play around the Baron by MVP. They made their mistakes, both teams did, but Longzhu made more. MVP made that smart, decisive call around Baron to re-engage with their teleports on Rek'Sai and Anivia. Took the Baron, and that was the only true swing in what was otherwise a pretty even game.
Yeah, very close throughout the latter half of that one. MVP was in pretty firm control to start things off, but even then, gold lead was never really more than a couple thousand. It wasn't until after that first Baron that we saw it really start to stretch. We're going to find out what happens when we come back for Game 2, though. Will MVP close it out, or will Longzhu take us to a 3-game set? We'll be back in just a few minutes.
환호하고 있죠.
ESC 에버입니다. MVP입니다.
MVP 이 정경기보다는 좀 더 과감한.
던전 와!
비욘드.
템트 와!
비욘드가
그리고 블레스까지
진짜 잘하네요.
크레이지 맞습니다.
이건 지금 약간 와 이거를 또 패스를 또 했어요. 자 그리고 밀고 비욘드 진짜 잘해요. 네.
썸머 시즌에 첫 승을 올리게 돼서 되게 기분 좋고요.
아 착한 척이야. 아 진짜 뭐야 어려운 거 봐. 그니까 가식적이야.
서로 팀원끼리 그 정보 교류가 많아서 이제 챔피언에 대한 이해도도 넓어지고 해서 그런 것 같아요.
아 그게 또
착한 컨셉으로 밀고 가네.
그니까
너 그냥 우리 숙소에 와딩캠 있었으면 쟤 그냥 끝났는데.
그냥 끝났어. 왜 우리한테는 저렇게 상냥하게 말 안 해줘?
야 원래 아니래요. 컨셉이에요.
컨셉이에요 진짜. 아 컨셉. 아 진짜
와 언제부터 건모라고 그러니까. 그래. 건모가.
공모라고 한 적이 있었다니까?
그래.
오랜만에 이름 불려본다. 야 선수일. 윤기라 선수가.
야 그래. 그래 항상 타더라고. 야 타. 당신의 양심 어딘가에 떨어진 거 아니잖아.
양심 저기 부스에 떨어뜨리고 온 거 같은데? 착한 척 코스프레 하긴 그냥.
형이 날 이름을 부르는 게 오랜만이야. 형 오늘 경기에서 건모가 탑5가 있잖아. 오징어를 먹으면 이긴 거 같아. 오징어 하나 시키고 가자. 오징어 하나 시켜요. 저희가 이 오징어 때문에 이겼습니다. 어제 이 오징어 10,000원어치 사가지고 다 같이 나눠 먹었는데 정말 좋은 효과인 것 같아요.
매 매치업이 모두 다 스토리가 있습니다.
무리하냐? 그리고 블레스까지
진짜.
두명 터졌어요.
아름다운 배치기였습니다.
스토리의 반격.
역시 임방류
빠졌습니다.
함께하는 저희의 첫 탑방이죠.
탑방이요?
노래를 저도 모르겠어요.
풍성한 주 6일째 온라인과 온에어로 즐기는 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
생방송의 묘미가 있네요 지금. 짜장면 최고 몇 개? 영광입니다. 굴비. 네.
매주 각각의 매력 있는 중계와 함께 즐기세요. 2016 코카콜라 제로 롤챔스 코리아 썸머.
Bleed in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Come back and get back a little more.
Welcome back. Your MVP from Game 1 is ADD 344 on the Trundle. Not too much as far as kill contribution goes, but still a strong performance. Became a very big Trundle for the team, and this was just a hilarious misplay by Longchu in the top.
I don't know if it's the MVP for this particular play, but he thought it really well. So
I think
he was trying to. His little juke there was actually quite majestic and baited Chaser into
Yes.
a very depressing situation. That's right. It's much more majestic than garbage, Kilios.
Yes.
The rest of the game was honestly a lot about the Trundle having to interrupt Fury or having to deal with Fury. And in general, because we went to the super late game, the armor penetration build from Fury seemed to get outscaled. This was actually a really nice team play, as I mentioned, Beyond standing on the Lantern, and it was Expression versus ADD. It was the laning dominant champion versus the team fighting champion, unless Gnar got the ults off, and he definitely didn't. ADD did his role. I think it was very much a five-man streak for MVP when it came to really choosing someone. It was difficult to really pick out one person. They over the course of 55 minutes outthought Longzhu, but only just is kind of the worrying thing from their side.
Yeah, and Expression with the Gnar play, it wasn't majestic. It wasn't quite garbage. I also don't know if it was I. It might have been.
I think it was I.
I think it was between garbage and I.
All right, you're gonna have to come up with a word for that.
It was meh.
All right, he had some meh. Well, that doesn't really inspire confidence, the meh in our play. Which, actually, honestly, if I had to put a word on... is it time?
Oh my God,
baby!
Here it comes, the moment you've all been waiting for.
Well, I
Crash.
mean, I think some of the OGN Legion may not remember Crash's games. He didn't play
Probably
that
not.
many in the spring season, but we certainly have been waiting for the moment for Crash to be able to translate what has always been very impressive performance in solo queue into the competitive play. But this guy was coined by Doa as the best good-bad player because he's very known for getting a double kill and then dying in the enemy red buff.
Yeah. Well,
this is great.
I mean, he's been in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for a while now, so hopefully he's corrected those
It
mistakes.
seemed to work for Bengi, so
Yeah, that's very true.
I'm excited.
But Bengi is the jungle. So comparing Crash and Bengi might not be that fair.
Is Crash the solo queue?
He is just the solo queue.
Yeah. Well, he has the solo queue style. He's the jungler that gets in your face, kills your jungler at the second buff, and then gets 8-0, builds full damage, and dies to lose his team the game. That's the Crash effect.
Yeah. It's kind of like Dardoch, but like dies more to dumb things.
I mean, honestly, they're both pretty impressive mechanical players. I think Crash has a slight advantage, but we have a lot less tape of Crash at the highest level. It's his first game of the summer season. I've been waiting for it.
First game in a long time, really.
He played a bit towards kind of the mid to end, so at the start of the second round robin in spring, I guess, was the last time he was playing. They settled on Chaser after that. They settled on Chaser since then, and Chaser has been, as far as I know, integral to the shot calling of Longzhu, so someone is going to have to step up in Chaser's absence.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that, because this shake things up a lot, but getting an early lead for Longzhu, something that they failed to do in Game 1. MVP pretty much had control of that for the majority of the game, and then around the 30-something odd minute mark, I don't remember exactly when it was, because the game was so damn long, but something in that area, they started falling apart a little bit. Actually, no, it was later, because the first Baron wasn't even taken until like 41, 42 minutes.
I'm just excited
So
for
it
the
was
wild
something
card,
after
Achilles. This is the wild card. Crash is the ultimate wild card. In this league, there's no player that has a higher ceiling than Crash that we have. I mean, obviously you got someone like Faker who has a higher ceiling, but when it comes to these impact substitutes, this is the true impact substitute where honestly he could come out, if he gets a champion like Nidalee, he can just solo carry a game
He's not gonna
until he kind of makes a mistake. And as you mentioned, as you allude to, I think it's going to have to be time to really modify your bans because you need to ban those carry junglers against Crash.
Yeah, definitely not going to be getting Nidalee into his hands. Let's see Longzhu now over on the blue side. First ban still going to be Shen. Aurelia taken off the board yet again by MVP. And the respectful Varus. So Longzhu keeping things pretty consistent so far. Nidalee was what they banned last game. Of course, now on blue side would be looking to pick that up as their first pick.
We'll see where the adaptations come in the ban phase. There wasn't really any champion from the first game that really screamed out must ban. They navigated the Vladimir pick really well, did MVP, so I don't think there's too concerned now that Ian has shown he's just fine in the matchup as the Anivia. Nidalee is the final ban from MVP, so Crash does get that level of respect. Will we see him on something like Kindred that's definitely fallen out of the meta in recent weeks with the latest tweaks towards his kid, or maybe Graves, a champion that is probably the last carry jungler that we actually see to some degree.
Yeah. Possible. I mean, we've seen, that Thunderlord's Graves really does a lot of damage. First pick here for Longzhu. They drafted this Jhin in the first round
you
on
take
red.
Trundle instantly here.
Yeah, and they just go right for it again for Fury, who did have a good game, was landing those curtain call shots, but still.
Trundle Rek'Sai did
Very
so
risky.
much work against Jhin. Longzhu missed the timing on really being able to deal with it. So MVP might pivot, which does open up some squishier targets for this Jhin to potentially explode in the front line. Graves can sometimes be fodder
There we go.
for a Jhin who's ahead, so there is an element of risk, but it is also a takeaway from Crash in terms of these carry jungles that he's known for. However, you pointed it out. He's been in the hyperbolic solo queue, I guess dynamic queue, test chamber for a while. Let's see if he's beefed up some of his other champions. Bengi came back and play Kindred. Can Crash come back and play tanks?
Possible. I mean, one of the things that we did see from Crash, though, was Elise in the past, so could be, you know, pulling that one out.
Banned in game 1.
It was banned in game 1, so now available here, but looks like he's playing with the Rek'Sai.
Come on, Coco.
I
Lock
want
it in.
Yes, please. The mid Nunu, let me see it.
Sit in the brush, wait for them to face check. Absolute zero chance of that happening.
Absolutely, I was going to say absolutely 0 kills. Will be Rek'Sai locked in, though, for Crash. Now playing around with this top lane. We're hovering the Rumble. They're going to lock it in already.
So you lock in Rumble here to say, all right, if you want to play Trundle, it's going to be a hell of an early laning phase. And Trundle can actually get to a spot where he can tussle against the Rumble predictably around the Spirit Visage timing, but it can really mess up some of your itemization because you can't really build Tiamat as Trundle into a Rumble because he'll just kill you unless you get a Spectre's Cowl early. So this is very much a blocker pick to Trundle, but Trundle was so good from AD, won them the MVP in game 1 that I think you still go for the bad laning matchup. If you can make Trundle versus Snar work, you can make Trundle versus Rumble work.
Yep. Fun fact, ADD's second MVP. It's only
His first was on Shen, though.
He's one of 3 people on MVP, the team, to get nominated as MVP. It's him, Ian, and Beyond, who has soaked up the majority of those. Now on this Graves, could be looking for another one to get a step closer towards Smeb. He's currently sitting on the throne. Bard locked in.
The MVP, always tricky to talk about. I just say most valuable player at that point. Trundle predictably
They
taken.
still do go for it.
The Bard gives them lane power. Also would be an answer to a setup AD carry. Bard is ult reliant on stopping the Jhin ult, but we'll be able to answer like for like, ultimate for ultimate. And now we were waiting to see ostensibly mid lane and support from Longzhu. Vladimir still available. They could look to it, be a blind Vladimir pick, almost certainly answered by an Anivia.
I mean, so is Azir. We saw coming into 6.11, the question was, will Azir fall out of favor given the changes to the W and the ultimate? Still was heavily picked and contested, especially against a team like SK Telecom. Coco, known for that champion, not really even fiddling with the idea of it. Looks like he might be sold on the LeBlanc for this time. Oh,
he's kept the summoners,
Never
Ghost
mind.
Flash, so Vladimir was definitely the expected mid lane pick. Vladimir Rumble, we're talking about some sick Wombo AoE with the Hemoplague and the Equalizer, and they draft Braum at the last minute as their final choice.
yeah.
Predictably going to be Anivia as a lock, and we'd expect from Ian. It's not a spot to go LeBlanc, and his impressive champions in order have been LeBlanc, Varus, and I guess now the Anivia.
Yeah,
So
he did have a very good game. Some very crucial walls to create picks, especially onto Chaser.
But you do look down MVP's lineup, and it's not Rek'Sai and Trundle in the front line. It is going to be Graves and Trundle, or Bard and Trundle, and those 2 other champions can be chunked out by a Jhin. So if Longzhu can take the mid game by the scruff of the neck, as they were able to in game 1, this is the sort of draft that you could potentially run away with if you're Longzhu. They also have slightly less answers to a Ghost Flash Vladimir. You look at this comp, they still have the Trundle pillar, they still have the Anivia, but it's not quite the comp that really answered game 1 so well. So I think Longzhu, you hit the Hemoplague Equalizer, and then Jhin lines up the ultimate with all that armor penetration in the mid-game. Mid-game fights could certainly go to Longzhu, and with the Rumble also, they should still be opting into those early Drakes, because they have a lot of tools to fight well around Drake.
Yeah. MVP going to be looking to garner another early lead like they had in game 1. This time, if they lose it, it'd be pretty devastating, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to bounce back. So, going to have to get a big hold on this game and grab on for that for dear life.
But we get to see it, Kilios. We get to see Crash back in competitive play beyond this young jungler who's come from Challenger and impressed us. Crash, the guy who debuted last season, we didn't expect him to play. Chaser was their starting jungler, fresh off his carry days on Jhin Air. So we're going to see Crash versus Beyond, 2 of the most promising young jungle talents in Korea. Rek'Sai Graves isn't quite carry versus carry, but I'm excited to see what Crash can do on a slightly different champion in the Rek'Sai.
As am I. I mean, we can expect, pretty much like Expressions Gnar. It's either going to be majestic or it's going to be garbage. I'm hoping.
I'm ready for some majestic garbage.
I'm hoping for the former on that one. I want to see Crash really come out swinging and maybe become the new starting jungle here for Longzhu. Could be the swap up that they need to actually find some success and start getting some more wins on the board.
I'm really excited to see, can MVP stick the landing? Will Longzhu come back? We'll find out now.
Good questions, Papa. Let's go ahead and get right into game 2. Ocean Drake to kick things off.
That was too much hype for an Ocean
Yeah,
Drake.
sorry. Ocean Drake
Thank you.
to start things off.
Come on, we have to start things measured, grow into the game. We just had a 53-minute epic, and this one could go just as long.
I'm trying to sell this like it's like a WWE WrestleMania event.
I don't think you're doing that. Sorry.
I gotta bring the hype from the start.
I don't think the WWE main event's going to be Longzhu versus MVP. MVP was a wrestler in the WWE, but didn't quite ascend to the level of WrestleMania main event status.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, not much to talk about there.
I stopped watching wrestling, well, God, I don't even know how young I was, but when John Cena started becoming a good guy.
Wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
He's been a good guy a long time.
Yep, that's
you could say he's the good guy.
that's been my that's been when I cut it off. I was like, all right, I'm done with this.
Well, Fury's going to the old school of Jin Keystone Mastery. He is actually going to be going towards the Deathfire Touch. It makes so much sense.
Yeah, it last game.
It makes so much sense as a mastery choice because of the single target nature of those Jin spells, but a lot of people, Arrow included, have felt the need to go Thunderlords for extra laning oomph. The early mid game, if you're stacking armor penetration, you're looking towards the early mid game, and thus it makes some degree of sense to go to Thunderlords. But in the ultra late game, if it does get to the ultra late game, that Fire Touch certainly the superior damage choice.
Fury's like, I don't need oomph. I got the skills, which he does. He landed the majority of his shots in that last game, so it was a really strong showing from him on that Jin.
Xpecial gets to play Rumbles. That's fun.
Yeah. Of course, Corrupting Potion start here from ADD, trying to soak up and regen as much of that damage as he possibly can. He's taking from this Flame Spitter beyond, working his way up toward and around those Raptors. Not going to be seeing a level 2 gank this time around from the Graves.
So whenever you see Rumble in a matchup like this Trundle, you do expect 2v2 action top soon. It's in the bot lane.
Aha, already going to have to flash away. Fury trying to get in range for that last shot, but unable to find it. Nice aggression comes through, and they get that summoner spell out of the AD carry of MVP.
It's actually surprising pathing from junglers. Back in the days of the Rumble meta in 2015, it would always be about who would counter gank or gank the Rumble, depending on what was happening in top lane. Marin died and got solo kills many a time in scenarios like that, but both junglers actually pathed towards the bot lane, so Rumble's just going to have his way with the Trundle in the early game.
Sure, he's not too happy about that one.
There's just nothing Trundle can do. He won't die, but can't walk up for last hit. It will take the overheated Flame Spitter damage. Now with the minion cap gone, very easy for Rumble to push in the Trundle, and then Trundle very much needs Spectre's Cowl to get through early laning phase, so Tiamat timing most likely going to be significantly delayed.
I mean, hell, we've seen Trundles just not go for Tiamat at all. I can't remember who it was.
I think it ended up being a third item Tiamat. I think you have to get Tiamat at some point, but Xpecial taking some nice autos.
Yeah, ADD trying to trade back as best as he can. Is down a little bit, but he could equalize the CS count with those 3 minions that are sitting there in lane. Maha has gone back since and gotten his boots. He's suffering a little bit, though. That's going to put him down by about 13 CS.
Yeah, not a very exciting first purchase.
Oh, Beyond. There's a crash there. We'll send him back through the tunnel. Beyond now roaming up to the top. Xpecial still really far forward, trying to get a kill here onto ADD. Has to flash away. The overheating just now being alleviated. ADD taking a line. Will get popped up by Crash. First blood still goes over to Beyond, who has a good amount of damage. Won't be able to finalize the kill onto Crash, however, but still MVP coming out a little bit on top of that one, getting the first blood, but losing the kill. They're not going to have much of a gold lead, actually in a deficit.
Yeah, ADD will be able to teleport back and pick up most of this CS as it hasn't crashed too hard. Beyond cancels his recall. This
could be really cheeky, actually. Just got to wait for Xpecial to move forward, try to get some harass down to ADD. Dashes forward, that's going to be the pillar.
Oh, baby.
That's going to be the end of the line damage. Not actually coming through, Xpecial though, no flash, not really anywhere to run. The minions blocking these auto attacks from Beyond. Dashes forward, one more will do it. He takes it away. Nicely played by MVP, acknowledging that they can pick up a very quick second kill in that top side.
The jungler sense from Beyond is something I've harped on about. Sticking around in that scenario was one thing, but the mechanics to actually not have any auto attack be blocked by minions. Of course, Graves, famously the only champion that has that interaction because his auto attack does get stopped by minions and monsters. Hit all of them, and even though the end of the line didn't come through, very nice second kill for MVP in the top lane.
Yep. Crash just hovering around, gonna eat this experience from the turret.
No more than that, though. Expression had to teleport up, so now we'll find himself missing about an extra couple of minion waves of CS. So experience-wise, this Rumble's going to be pretty far behind.
Yep. And it's a Doran shield and a Null Magic Mantle for ADD, so getting that extra regen, the mitigation on the attacks, and then Null Magic as he moves towards that Spectre's Cowl. Ruby Crystal in the inventory as well as the Rejuve.
He's got a little bit of everything on his way to Spectre's Cowl and Tiamat.
A pretty good spot. Meanwhile, on bot, Maha's almost been allowed to get this
we go.
flash back up and beyond. Pathing around the back, does have collateral damage up. Those at the smoke screen, not going to be able to find anything. But here comes Crash. Might be able to turn this one around. Beyond going to get targeted up, gets stunned up by those concussive blows. It's going to be Max, the first one going down. The Ignite will tick down Pure. So just going to be an exchange of those supports. But kill goes over to Crash. The other one going over to Max.
This is the second time we've seen Beyond on the Graves, but his pathing has been so impressive. He still went the early farm build. Wasn't until level 4, 4.5 that he impacted lanes. 3 out of 3 kill involvements already. He's picked up the gold, and that's one jungler you're happy to have the gold. With Crash, maybe he'll get some tankiness. In the early game, that can be relevant to some degree.
Yeah.
The Graves build is well and truly rolling at this point.
It's going to be doing a plethora of damage. We saw that collateral.
A majestic
Helping.
amount of damage.
A majestic amount of damage. Helping him finish off Pure, but unfortunately for Max, he's still a very squishy bard and did go down in that exchange. So it does still keep things pretty even here for MVP. But despite the massive CS discrepancy in the bottom side and that 10 in the mid, they're still ahead by about 500. A lot of that going to be helped by ADD, who is stretched ahead of that Rumble.
Experience-wise, even though it's not reflected in levels right now, Trundle's in a really good spot against the Rumble. Spectre's Cowl and Tiamat, when you have those early kill involvements, might come out a decent enough clip to allow him to navigate the laning phase just fine. Before items that Rumble really has a significant advantage, and that's why the jungle involvement's so inevitable. And so far, it's gone the way of MVP and ADD in particular.
Helping them out a lot. MVP, though, definitely want to keep this ball rolling, try to get as many advantages as they can. We talked about that at the beginning of the game. If they can get a lead and actually hold on to it, not give it up in silly ways like we saw in Game 1, then they could close this one out and find a 2-0 victory. But if you let Crash get in there, let this Jhin start taking hold and pumping out the damage, it could be disaster.
Well, that's why it's relevant that Trundle's not far behind, because think of the items that MVP need to realistically win a fight in the mid-game. We're going to need to see some laning magic resist from the Trundle. He's going to need Tiamat to have any semblance of wave clear, and then he needs armor to deal with all the flat armor penetration coming through from the Jhin. We're seeing a contest on blue, but Ian will claim it nonetheless. But that's a lot of items you need on a lane that might be denied.
Yeah.
Might be far behind in the matchup. So things going well for ADD.
So far, so good. We could have said that about last game as well, so just needs to maintain that and be consistent about it. We can see it roam down to the bot here for Beyond, but Long Zhu are getting pushed back towards the tower. It's actually going to be a roam in. Now, for Crash, we might just have a full-blown fight. Crash goes through the tunnel over the wall. Maha going to have that spell shield pop, trying to back off. He's on the hunt. Here comes the TP straight into the middle of the fight from Ian. Finds Crash. They lock him up and they take him down. Nicely played there by the side of MVP. Coco just not able to react in time. Didn't use the Ghost, however, so fortunate for him, but this is going to open up MVP for the first Drake. It's going to be Ocean going over to them.
So the moment that Crash saw Graves, he actually needed to back away. You have to once again remember you're against double teleport with both teleports being available. And if you channeled the teleport, Crash died for free. It means Drake goes over. It's going to be a second Ocean on the menu, but that was a scenario where these tendencies from Crash, his over-aggression, comes back to bite. Other junglers would realize, wait, we don't actually have the ability to bring 5 members here in the same timely fashion, and punished are Longzhu.
Yeah. Those solo Q tendencies coming out, or sorry, the dynamic Q tendencies coming out here in Crash. We don't talk about solo Q. It's
Well,
dead
thankfully
now.
he's in Challenger, so we can say Challenger tendencies.
Okay, sure.
But then it's kind of weird because it's a Challenger League. I don't know. Bring back solo Q.
Yep.
Smork.
Poor Crash. You know, you would think that he was able to reflect on all of these mistakes that he makes in these games, dying so needlessly, because he has those, 20 to 40-minute breaks in between each match that he has to wait out. So you think he would be able to rack his brain and figure these problems out, but it seems like he just is too busy playing maybe like Overwatch in between the matches.
So in my head, what actually happens is, he's like, he gets like a double kill and he shows it to his coach, and his coach is like, yeah, but like, this wasn't the smartest move. Like, you really should have just been looking for the team play. Also, you're playing Nidalee, like, you need to build the Rek'Sai. And, like, Crash just sits there, listens, and it's like, doesn't matter, got LP.
Well, right now, he's taking the steps to lose some LP for his team. Longzhu needs all of the LP.
Yeah, they don't
to
have
make
many
it.
league points, it's worth noting.
They are
8th?
Yeah. They're close to the bottom. You don't want to get relegated out of your division.
MVP will be 4-4 in match score and 6-0 in terms of a game streak over their last 3 sets. So that would be really big for them if they were to win this 2-0.
Very massive. I just would hope for them that if they do get that, it's not the same as the 6-match streak that we saw from CJ last split.
Look, it's worth noting their opposition has been not necessarily top tier. The first win was surprising, of course, against Jin Air.
Yes, that was
They should be
very-
beating CJ. They beat CJ. Longzhu was a toss-up, but they're increasing our expectations of this team. You always have tempered expectations of top teams, but MVP building them. And at this point, they very much look like a mid-table team.
Oh, they had the first against ESC, I believe, as far as the schedule goes, and then went on to beat them. But all the same, definitely surprising that they were able to do that. But now that we look at Jin Air and how they've been performing recently, I guess we could go back in hindsight and be like, that's not that shocking that they won that game.
The other thing that's interesting about MVP is that a lot of the teams that have struggled in 6-11 have been predictably. Like, well, Trace doesn't play Trinity Force well. Cuvée is going to struggle, and that's kind of been the story.
Yeah.
ADD isn't a carry top laner either. He's a very smart role-playing tank player. But MVP, of the teams that don't have the Dukes, the Somedays, the Dukes, the Somedays, the Smebs of the world, have actually navigated around that weakness very smartly. Trundle has been often a pick. Shen, when it's available, they're forcing early bans on Shen.
Yeah.
Not a lot of these teams have adapted to a meta that can cause a lot of headaches in terms of mismatches. But MVP have been pretty impressive on the whole, and a lot of that has been beyond having smart jungle pathing to allow these matchups to go pretty even though you're picking Trundle into Rumble, you're picking Trundle into Nom.
Yeah. You can see, though, this matchup really starting to hurt the Trundle. Does have the Spectre's Cow, but still taking a hell of a lot of damage from that Flame Spitter. Now Beyond roaming up, Crash spots him with the Tremor Sense, and Coco is hot on his heels with it. Goes, Expression gets chunked out, throws down the Equalizer. Flash forward there from Coco, trying to get onto him with the Sanguine Bolt. Beyond trying to get away, has that Hemoplague ticking. Looks like the burst comes through, end of the line, not going to connect. One more hit from Crash ought to do it. The Prey Seeker won't be enough, though. Looks like he will be able to get out of this one. Glacial Fisher going to go wide. Maha still gets rooted in underneath the tower. Pure going to take it up, and Fury takes out the kill. So down on the bottom side of the map, Longzhu making some moves, taking advantage of that lone Sivir, and they find a kill.
Yeah, Max tried to roam up, wasn't even in range for the ultimate from max range, but at this point he's already gone over to the mid lane. Maha needed to respect far more than he did, ended up getting turret dive. Kill goes over to Fury. Unnecessary, and another positioning mistake from Maha. Atypical of his recent performance, but definitely more in line of what we expected as the season opened up.
Yep, definitely a bad look here for him. Needs to step up and stop making these very blatant mistakes. Not having your Bard there, you just need to back off, sit under that turret and farm up. Very doubtful that Fury would go for an aggressive dive if you're starting underneath the turret.
I mean, Bard had been gone a long time as well. Like, he was already in mid lane at that point.
Yeah,
So
plenty of time to back off.
you look at the items, like, the Bard had boots of mobility. At the time, it was just regular boots on Braum. So you can guess that the Braum doesn't really want to follow roam after a Bard to begin with things like Magical Journey, increasing the speed at which a Bard rotates. So in general, the play made sense on the side of Longzhu, and that just means that Maha poked his head out far too far.
And we still suffering quite heavily as far as the CS numbers go. You can see 108 to 35. It's just been steadily falling further and further behind, where ADD's been actually able to hold that CS lead, and Ian has actually been bouncing back against Coco, this time coming out ahead, where in that first game was really suffering in those CS numbers. So turning things around, but Maha still going to be the weak link, I guess you could say, on the side of MVP.
But honestly, this does actually track with MVP, even though they've been winning a lot recently. In terms of their gold difference at 15, they are 10th in the lead. They're below teams like ESC Ever in terms of struggles in the early game. Nice rotation, though. We'll see them take mid lane turret. Longzhu.
Oh, wow. TP straight down onto the bottom side. Crash really far forward with Expression. The Bard ultimate will catch the Rumble. Does have that equalizer available. Does even throw it down. Doesn't get the chance. He's going to fall. Nicely played here by MVP with that collapse on the teleport. Crash will be able to zip and tunnel his way out to safety, but MVP feeling confident to start up the second Ocean Drake.
Another case where Expression comes in for a teleport play, and they don't account for double teleport on the side of MVP. They both show up. They hit their spells. They're going to take another Drake. It's at exactly the right time. If you do this and you force them to use 2 teleports and take off the synergy with the timer for the Drake, okay, it makes a little bit of sense, but they're going to be significantly punished if they keep looking for fights every 5 minutes as Drake spawns.
Yeah. Just realized it was actually the Proto Belt there for Expression for the first item. So really aggressive with that, but he does pay for it. That wasn't enough to get him out. Max going to take that magical journey, gets a little bit of damage in onto Pure. But beyond just sitting forward in this bottom side, making sure that his AD carry and support will remain safe. But now with that double Ocean Drake, all they have to do is sit in the brush for a little while and they'll get healed right back up.
Returning to the stats, you know, I mentioned that MVP last for gold difference of 15, so that means they have the weakest early game, at least statistically. You wouldn't know that from watching the last few series, but the numbers don't lie. It's worth noting that Longzhu actually have always been good at the gold in early game. They've always had these mechanically talented players that even if they've struggled in mid to late game shot calling, they've always found well. So they're 4th against 10th when, of course, this game is actually MVP at 6th versus the 8th placed Longzhu. So they've always farmed well. Someone like Fury, someone like Coco, traditionally would have good CS advantages over their opponents, and nothing's changed in that regard. So
now they go for this sneaky Rift Herald. They do move, though. Now spot Crash here. Cosmic Binding's not going to connect, but they should be able to take away that Scuttle Crab, and they do. Just going to leave that Rift Herald probably to go and off itself back into the Rift.
Right, has to be completed before 20 minutes. MVP also, interestingly, have the second shortest game time in the league, so despite being negative 1,500 gold at 15 minutes, apparently they turn it on before, I believe it's 33 minutes, because they actually are only behind SK Telecom in terms of keeping those games and ending them short. At the start of the season, you're like, oh, they end it short because they lose a lot, but they've been winning games consistently in the past 4 sets or so, so yeah. Not an ironic stat at all.
Last game will certainly help bump up that duration of game time with 58 minutes. See how long it takes this time, regardless of which side wins. But at the moment, 2,000 gold lead over to the side of MVP. This is more significant than any lead they had for a while in game 1. So they're in a very strong spot at the moment. And if they can equalize CS for Maha against Fury, they'd be in a really strong spot.
The gold timings, the item timings aren't there. The Rod of Age is scaling up. Seraph's Embrace coming soon, so not immediate power being bought by the Nivea in particular. Graves wants to get a second item to allow him to be a frontline fighter, even though he's going to be obviously going for mostly attack damage. So
that Maul Malmortius.
The item's not quite there for MVP, but with the gold lead early in the game, it just means you're getting closer to the 2-3 items where that comp starts to kick off.
Well, Bard Ultimate comes out, finds Fury and the turret beyond throwing out the smoke screen. Cosmic Binding's not going to lock them up. Fury rather has to flash back. He still goes down. Max finds the kill with the Ignite. Fury flash down, will be able to run his way out. Pops the current ball, finds Beyond with one shot. The second one not going to connect. Body block now by Max. The last one will go wide. So MVP taking out Pure, unable to get this turret, but meanwhile on the mid side, ADD pushing up onto Coco, gets a good amount of damage, but Crash coming in from the backside should keep him safe, and they will just back off.
The lane gank was actually super successful. Nice ult from Max. They get a single kill. Even with the ult being smart from Fury, forcing 3 people to back away, it's not enough space for them to hold on to this outer turret. We talked about the power of Longzhu's comp from ahead. Certainly not going to be ahead in this mid game.
Red buff does get taken by Crash, so a slight little reprieve, but they lose the tier 1 in the bottom side. So now 2-0 as far as the towers go, with a 3.6 thousand gold lead for MVP, who are looking very much in control of this game. Rip Herald's gone, which means Baron has now joined us on the map. But for the time being, we're just going to be waiting for that third dragon to come up. It's a Mountain Drake, which will be spawning in about 1 minute and 45 seconds, and MVP can be damn sure they want to get their hands on that.
It would help Trundle to have impact in the side lane. They have double teleports, even Anivia auto attacks with the Mountain Drake. Going to mean there's going to be some split pushing. Anivia not realistically going to be a 1-3-1 champion, very much anchored towards mid lane, wants to pick up blue buff, just wants to clear. But you have options. It's good to have those options. We saw Ian get so punished looking for auto attacks on structures in game 1. Things like Mountain Drake just mean you're in those vulnerable positions around inhibitor turrets that much less because you kill the turret faster.
See the vision control already coming through from MVP. Up by this Baron pit, want to get that established as quickly as they can. Still not a very good team as far as taking the Barons. Have the Anivia for some strong burst damage. Consider firing out those auto attacks, but the Mountain Drake is certainly going to be what they want to make that go considerably faster. In the meantime, grouping up into this top side, especially takes a bit of damage. Root comes through actually from the Jhin. Now Crash comes over the wall. Curtain Call blown. On the hunt, use an ADD. Looking like he might be able to get out of this one. Has that subjugate, but gets popped up into the air. Jhin's trying to close the distance. Here comes Fear. Finds some winners. Bite. Meanwhile, Maha has to pop the heal. That's going to be the equalizer coming through. Still has that Hemoplex coming through. Actually not going to be enough to kill him off, though. And Max poking down from the bottom side, looking for those cosmic bindings to lock up the members of Longzhu. Should just be a disengage here as Expansion gets chunked out pretty low on that Rumble. Looks like both teams going to be happy to go ahead and back off. Ultimates and summoner spells blown on both sides.
While we've criticized the positioning from Maha on the Sivir, was actually really steadfast on the spell shield. Spell shielded the Hemo play,
Ah, yeah.
so didn't take damage, and then had summoner spell heal. Didn't even use his flash, so really good use of the summoners is to be commended. They lose no members, even though Longzhu were by far the first in the rotation.
Okay, I have to take another look at that one. Not to notice that, but yeah, really good use of the spell shield. Just didn't quite catch my eye, but well played there by him, and using that on the hunt to really help get ADD out of that rough spot. Now, they'll lose that tier 1 tower, so first tower that Longzhu's able to take, but they're going to get a Mountain Drake out of it, so definitely a good pickup here for MVP.
Always some inevitability about Tiamat Trundle being outpushed in the top lane. Mountain Drake taken down. I'm guessing, I didn't spot it, but I'm guessing an Infernal Drake is the next on the menu.
No, it's a Cloud. I'm just so excited. No, it's Infernal Drake.
Yay!
We do get the good ones today. Ocean, Infernal, and Mountain.
I mean, if you talk to Go, a Cloud's right up.
Oh boy. Big engage here by the side of Longzhu. Get the root down on the ADD straight to the Glacial Fissure. He's trying to regen as much as he can and flash over this wall. Will be able to get over it. Takes himself to safety. Nicely played there by ADD.
Second time Longzhu have heavily committed to getting a kill in top. This time with the turret down, so less potential reward. Just going to be a kill credit if Longzhu get that pick.
Oh, Maha, though, really far forward yet again. Has a spell shield, crashes, waiting for it, flashes through, flash followed, knocks him up. Maha trying to get out of here as fast as he possibly can. Randa wins Omen to slow him up. He's going to go down. Crash finding the kill, the third out of 4 that has gone onto the Rek'Sai. So not necessarily, you know, allocating these kills where you want to, especially with Fury right there, ready to pick it up.
Well, Maha and ADD take turns overextending in top lane, but Maha's the one that draws the follow a flash from Crash.
ADD is at least
That was
tanky.
awkward to say. Follow flash from Crash. But they're going to have very good timer on that particular ability. Crash was able to wait out the spell shield, confirm the kill onto the Sivir, but crucially they weren't able to start Baron off the pick in the top lane. So it's just a pick, and that's what I was saying about the attempt on the Trundle, is that they seem to really be looking for picks, even though they haven't got the setup wards for Baron.
Oh, well, TP's coming through from Expression over top of them. Might have to pinch. Crashes in the pit as well, comes over the wall, trying to find Ian. Big Hero Blake down onto the Anivia, already going to get bursted straight into that egg. Beyond as well, being whittled down. The Hex Drinker's been used. W comes through, he will flash away from that one. Ian goes down. Nice pickup there from Longzhu off the backside of that TP play.
Will they attempt the Baron? They've set up a
Really risky.
start it.
They're going to go ahead and start this one up. Crash going to get stunned into the wall here by Max. Will be able to tunnel successfully. Beyond to regain a little bit of HP, but it's not going to be a whole lot. Might have to go on a suicide mission into the pit. Try to take this one out. Bard ultimately comes through, finds 4 members plus the Baron. Fury, the only one not caught by that. This because by the time Exhaust now used onto the Graves, they jump out here, they take him down. As Maha finds the kill, but he gets answered for very quickly by Fury, who picks up another one. Magical Curtain comes down. They're all going to take this one, but the curtain call's there, and they have to just follow and channel through this
This'll
very
kill him.
slim wall. ADD, one last hit.
Ooh.
Max eats it at the last second, will keep him alive. The Baron not going to go down, but they lose Maha for it.
Yeah, someone had to die there. It ended up being Maha. MVP in general fought very smartly with the positioning. They were hitting the enemy champions, but Longzhu was still tanking the Baron. As you watch the Kite, that's why you see MVP fighting around basically where this pink ward is on the map, because they're ensuring that Longzhu are eating damage at this point, and they're getting the shred from the magic resist as well. Maha, once again, is the sacrificial lamb, but it was all about canceling Baron, and a single death for Baron is a fine trade. With the missing health damage, this last bolt with the armor penetration stacking would have killed Beyond, so
Yeah.
Max does the team thing, takes the shot.
Very good of him to go ahead and do the team thing, but Longzhu have been starting to gain some ground. Doesn't really show so much in the gold at the moment. Still 3,000 in favor of MVP, but that TP play there from Expression, well executed. They come out and they almost, got that Baron, if not for that big play from MVP, taking down Pure and really halting the progress of that.
It was really good terrain for Longzhu to be fighting around, and Nivea wants to set up safely with a turret behind her, with a wall behind her. Instead, she was just walking up and down the river and ended up getting zerged by specifically the Rumble and the nice equalizer position. It won't be that easy to do that, so now Ian can just return to mid, got the blue buff. Very much going to be safe. Didn't have to use Flash in that last kill, kind of. Would have gone down one way or the other.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of terrain where Longzhu have a lot of options, because Expression can find a flank and have a good chance of winning a team fight.
Yep, now Ian looking for that Void Staff, has the Blasting Wand in the inventory. Or ultimately gets used, finds Pure, not going to connect on a crash. Gets Coco as well. The Pillar's there to slow him up, and ADD's just ready.
Watch for the equalizer.
That's going to be the Evo play straight into the curtain.
Oh,
Ian
boy.
already taking a lot of damage. Equalizer well placed. One more shot. Max eats that one instead of the Anivia. Will keep him alive, but the W from the Jhin actually takes out the bar. Now Maha on the run has to use the heal. ADD to try to keep them off as long as they possibly can, but MVP are just getting whittled down so slowly and surely. Coco's going to fall in the end of things. Ian picking that one up. They will find Maha and Max. It's a 2-for-1. Yet again, Longzhu inching back in.
Yeah, the front line's just not strong, Achilles. This is what happens when you have the Graves inside the Rex site. Not everyone can tank in the front line. Beyond had to kite back. Only Trundle is a true frontliner. Maybe at 6 items, Trundle can fill that role. But the only reason you go for this fight is because Rumble's far away. This is a famous area for Rumble to get a massive equalizer down. They should feel fortunate that it goes this well for MVP, because this could have been a team wipe if Expression was close. As the, as the fight goes on, they see the low health bars, they want to continue, but at this point goes to Flasher down on Coco, and they're funneling into Ian's damage, so Coco just dies to incidental AoE coming through from the Anivia, so kiting back, certainly something that MVP can do outside of a scenario where they really opt into the wombo from Hemoplague and Equalizer.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned ADD needing to get tankier. Looks like the Frozen Heart will be coming through. Just picked up that Warden's Mail. Still a ways off the Void Staff is Ian. Needs to get a little bit more, but the front line still lacking on the side of MVP. Lord Dominic Regard, third completed item here from Beyond. We'll see if he wants to go a little bit tankier now, but the dagger in the inventory is going to say otherwise.
Well, this is the area where Longzhu are strongest. It's where the armor penetration is against just 2 armor items. No finished armor item from ADD. No armor being Beyond. Dragon going low.
Well, it's going to be taken away by Beyond. ADD still up in that front line. Has the pillar down. Crash is already chunked out. Fury takes a little bit. That should just be a successful disengage from MVP. 4th Dragon picked up. Now having double Ocean, a Mountain, and Infernal. It's going to be a 2nd Infernal spawning in just 6 minutes.
This is really worrying times for MVP. They need to be steady because the only member that can itemize for armor, oh boy, they're going to scope the fight anyway.
Finds Expression and Coco. Can they capitalize on this one? The Anivia wall comes out, finds Pure and Expression on the wrong side of things. They both flash over, trying to get out of there. Turtle Pillar's not going to be able to lock him up too much. Coco using that Proto Belt, trying to create some distance. ADD still chases forward, but they just can't find too much else. Neil throwing out the stun, not going to be able to connect, but MVP, they start up the Baron. They have Longzhu extremely low.
Equalizer
This
still
is
up.
very risky. Ian gets locked up. Here comes the curtain call. Equalizer goes down to the backside of the pit. Max is going to have to retreat with Maha. They go in Fury, taking out Beyond. There's no smite available. It's going to be confirmed by Coco of all people. And Longzhu have found their way back into this game. 3 kills plus a Baron. MVP, what are you thinking?
Real big mistake, opting into a Baron start against Magic Resist Shred, a Vladimir, and a Rumble. They are destroyed by AoE. Sure, you can start it then peel away, but they don't seek to do that. They look to finish. Max goes around the back. They're not committing at the right times. Basically, people die in AoE. It's a shooting gallery for Fury. In no way is he inhibited at any point during this fight, and that's just a straight mistake from MVP.
Yeah, now Longzhu moving forward into mid will take out those turrets and looking straight onto that inhibitor. Maha getting chunked out, has to use on the hunt just to get away. One more hit from Fury would have taken him out. Kirk goes down, the inhibitor will live to see another day, but Longzhu pushing right back off the backside of that Baron take. Now have a very nice lead. 3.4 thousand over top of MVP, who's been in control for the majority of this game, but starting to let it slip, just like we saw in game 1.
They've been in control, Achilles, but the point I kept trying to make is that you look down MVP's lineup, who can build armor on this lineup? Beyond, you can definitely build magic resistors Graves because more Mortis fits with your armor penetration AD, but you can't build armor until a Guardian Angel later in the game. You don't want to rush Guardian Angel, you need to build damage on that Graves. Bard is one of the squishiest supports, as you can see, has actually invested all of his gold into the Mikhail's Crucible to stop picks. And there's just no one who can build armor. It's only Trundle who still doesn't have an armor item. It's why I said Trundle needs to build Tiamat, Magic Resist, and then build into armor. Well, the armor still hasn't come, and they over-pursue. They force fights before they have even one frontliner to tank this damage for Longzhu. And the result is the big lead that Longzhu found themselves.
Well, continuing this push to the bottom side, the tier 1 goes down. Open up with the curtain call. Ian's going to take a bunch of these shots. Huge crit onto Maha. And that's going to be the tier 2 going down to the bottom side now for Longzhu, who've just picked up 4 off of this one Baron take. That's quite the power play if we've ever seen one. 5,000 up now. MVP is just going to try to hold on to these inhibitors as long as they can, but with that one open in mid, I think they might have to just let this go.
Max might look for an ult to try and stop things here, but it's so hard for MVP to do anything right at this point. Baron buff still on Longzhu for about a minute.
Especially now joining the team. They have wave clear in the form of Sivir, but with those Baron-empowered minions, it makes it that much harder. Here goes forward, throws out the winner's bite. Not going to be able to find anything. They are ripping through these minions pretty quickly. Inhibitor down to about half, but no opening for either side. Root comes in on the Ian, takes a bit of damage. Longzhu can just stick around and try to siege this out as long as possible. They still have a good amount of time left on that Baron.
They can push it in. It's really fickle. If they get a pick here, maybe they can turn around and fight.
Just try to open this one up with an equalizer, especially still holding onto it. Bard ultimate comes out, does find Fury. Killer's already been used. Max going to get knocked up by that W right there. It gets rooted. They find a kill onto Crash. That might be the opening that they need now, especially jumping back with the Proto Belt. Several members of Longzhu really low. Does MVP keep going for this, or do they just back off? Keep moving forward down this lane. That's going to be the equalizer coming down. No one really going to get caught by that too much. Pillar gets dropped. There's the curtain call. EDD could fall if he gets hit by these. Ian going to pop the shield. One of those. Maha, nice spell shield, just juggling in and out, trying to keep him low. It's going to be the ultimate used by Beyond. Not able to find Coco, but Max goes for it. Can he get it? Might have been a little bit too much. They do lock up, especially, however, with the flash freeze. They take him out. ADD still up in this front side, trying to find another pick, but Longzhu just very successfully disengaging here with Fury. Up here, a nice flash over to the other side of that pillar. Will take them to safety, but MVP fire back, and they get a couple kills, and they hold on to the inhibitor, which is the most important thing.
MVP were pretty smart in their timing to re-engage. They waited out cooldowns. The equalizer was very smartly stepped away. Everyone instinctively walked towards their own wolf camp, so it meant the equalizer didn't split the team as it was intended to by Longzhu. And that was their time to go in. Jhin ult down, Rumble ult down, look for the exit kills. Well, they only got the one. But still, they were against Baron buff for a lot of that fight, so pass marks for MVP, and crucially, they keep up the inhibitor.
Yep. Also able to fire back, get that tier 2 in mid. So they do get a little bit of that gold back. Still going to be working from a deficit, but with a second Infernal Drake spawning now in 30 seconds, That could very much be useful for them to try to get back in this game and take control. Because if Longzhu gets that, Fury is going to make really good use of that increase 6% AD.
And look, it'll sound crazy, and I'm sure a lot of people will disagree, but to me, the Chain Vest purchase from the Trundle is actually more important than another Infernal Drake. They need to have a scenario where ADD can stand in the front and shrug off the damage from specifically Fury, and he's getting closer and closer to that. One armor item completed, the Chain Vest as well, probably going to be Guardian Angel next for the Trundle, but Guardian Angel Trundle can run with reckless abandon at this Jhin, and I think the rest of the members can do work for MVP. It's Coco.
Yeah, get a bunch of damage, throws down a Hemoplague, just going to get some
It's a
HP
big
back.
cooldown down.
Yeah, very important one. That's going to give MVP the confidence to go ahead and start up this Infernal Drake. Pull it out as far as they can. Crash goes forward, might just be a smite war. ADD goes in trying to keep off this one, actually gets it with the auto attack. Can they even punish him for this? Might just have to flash over the wall, and he does. Bard Ultimate comes out, but it's going to go wide, doesn't find anybody. So a nice takeaway by Crash, and just a fumble attempt there from MVP.
Really risky attempt to steal. Means the Crash doesn't have flash up, which can be very relevant when it comes to either getting a pick or just functioning in a team fight as Rek'Sai. Keeps his Guardian Angel as well. Only reason he risked that was because of the fact that he had flash available, but no flash, and Baron will be spawning in a minute. MVP do take this time to recall, so no team has established any sort of Baron control just yet. 3 pink wards in the inventory for MVP. Because of the slots, actually, really not a lot of pink wards can be bought, so I think Longzhu need to sell some of these Dorans and get some pink wards, because the next Baron is a seesaw they can't afford to miss.
Yeah, you can already see 3 pink wards sitting in the inventories of MVP, so definitely ready to prep that objective as far as the vision goes.
Monty loves talking about selling Dorans for a pink ward. This is the time, Longzhu. This is the timestamp. If you're listening, Last Boy, tell your charges. Sell those Dorans.
Those who think buy a pink. So they definitely need to do that. Right now they're not thinking, but they still are managing to have a little bit of a lead. But MVP has been closing in on it very quickly. Losing that Infernal Drake, it's gonna hurt them a little bit. 6% increased AD onto the Jhin is really going to do a lot of damage because he does have the Infinity Edge, and now the Rapid Fire Cannon coming in yet again.
Trundle getting closer and closer to Guardian Angel. I think that, again, is the item threshold that allows MVP to win fights, but
That Flame Spitter just not doing
Nope.
anything now.
minions dying. The King's Tribute passive is healing more than the Flame Spitter's doing damage. MVP will be the first team to get predictably the vision here. Coco's coming in.
Yeah, Coco's on the sidelines, throws down that Hemoplague, does catch Maha with it, but doesn't have much of anywhere to go. Ian roams up, the stun, not going to connect. Max jumped out now. It's going to be the TP coming in from ADD. Coco's still up at that top side, duking it out with Beyond, who has to turn back onto the minions and try to gain a little bit of HP. ADD now up at this front line. It's going to be the call coming through. First shot finds Max. Can he find the second one? It's going to be eaten by Maha. The Bard Ultimate used to delay it as best as they can. Crash trying to get out of here, save that GA. First one to fall will be Beyond. Now Equalizer into the back line. Maha has to run through it. Will get a bunch of tick down on his HP. They have to retreat. ADD now getting engaged. Protobelt comes forward, and he will be able to successfully disengage. But Crash has that Void Rush available, gonna recall, go back to the base, rush straight back in for this Baron, and with no smite, the hope of a steal from MVP is all but lost.
And even with Expression canceling his teleport, Longzhu fights smartly, and they get a pick specifically on the jungler. It should mean that this Baron is free. MVP are poking around.
Trying to do what they can, but there's the smite. They do take that one away, and might even be able to get a kill off the backside. No, they don't want to pursue that one any further onto ADD, but now another Baron going over to Longzhu, and they just rip that gold deficit right back apart.
Baron might have been one that MVP could have navigated around, specifically because Longzhu's ability to auto-attack turrets is very poor. They have 3 melee champions, a Vlad and a Jhin, and both of them are fairly short-range auto-attackers. This was a really nice flank from Coco. Expression has his teleport cancelled by Trundle, who can then just teleport at a plenty. There is no way for the Rumble to interrupt Trundle. So in a 5v4, because they
still
fight,
makes it here.
and that's the thing, is they fight very much split. Beyond isn't contributing to this fight at all. Interrupts the Furio. Expression can't get there, so this should be an easy win by MVP. Beyond goes too far in and dies to 1,000 damage 4th order. He thought he was tanking, he thought he could re-engage, but the 5v4 ends up actually being the kryptonite for MVP.
Really nicely played here by Longzhu. We're looking to take us very convincingly to a game 3, faltering in the start. Now coming back in, but if this ends up anything like we saw in Game 1, then MVP still has a very solid chance of winning this one out. It's only 3.4 thousand gold separating them, but that tanky front line is just severely lacking from MVP, as you've been harping on for this entire game. It's going to be the rapid fire cannon completion for Beyond. Still no tankiness in sight, but the Guardian Angel now there for ADD. So going to be a slight little reprieve that he can stick around in the front lines. But you have to get through the Guardian Angel on Crash as well if you want to be effective.
One fights from Longzhu have been flanks. But we have to recall, this is difficult terrain.
Bard Ultimate comes out, does find Expression. Crash is just tanking up in the front, still has GA available. They're forcing him down. He will be able to tunnel out. The Ignite, though, is going to finish him off. So the GA will be coming up. Do they just collapse onto him? It looks like they might be what they want to do. He flashes over the wall, trying to buy some time, and might actually just make it out of here. Still a crucial cooldown picked off there by MVP while they're fighting against this Baron-empowered Longzhu team.
The two big wins for Longzhu have been a flank from Expression and a flank from, of all people, Ghost Flash Vladimir. But flanking at the enemy inhibitor is something you cannot do. It's not possible to pull that mode, apart from a backdoor, of course, but flanking a 5v5 is certainly not going to happen. And walking into the MVP team is almost impossible. Wall goes up, pillar goes up, Sivir pops ult. There's nothing you can do there, and that's where it gets more tricky for Longzhu. And as you said, the Guardian Angel completed. Items starting to come in for Beyond. There's still a team fight MVP win, but if they make a mistake around Baron again, that will certainly be the game for MVP.
Yeah. See Coco creating some pressure up top, but MVP just going to crash and be able to finish off that wave with relative ease, keeping that tier 2 alive. Elder Dragon ready to spawn now in 5 seconds. That would be 4 buffs amplified here from MVP. A hell of a lot of extra damage that they would get per stack.
They don't have the map pressure to even check it. You notice they don't have any wards. They're against a Rek'Sai's ult, but they're going to pop the ult. They're going for this.
Beyond fights Coco, uses that Proto Belt to get over the wall, but he takes a whole lot of damage, has to flash out with the same weak move. Beyond follows up very nicely and takes him out before the Hemoblade can get any health regen back in. Max playing forward. He still hasn't used the Bard Ultimate. We'll throw it out now. Flashes away by Fury to keep himself out of that, but that should be the ground needed here for MVP to take out this Elder Dragon, which could be their ticket into a victory against Longzhu.
Crazy they could generate the pressure to take this dragon with no wards on this side of the map. They pop the Sivir ult, they get the pick they needed, and they get Elder Drake. And we know that this buff is only 1.5 minutes, but that is 1.5 minutes of basically superpowers for MVP. And Longzhu just say, we do not want to fight under any circumstances till everyone is not on fire.
Yeah, especially not having Coco with you. Very detrimental. See ADD just going to retreat back to that mid. Clear that out. Does have teleport available. Should Longzhu try to go for a play against MVP, we're just going to keep pushing up in this bottom side. Coco's coming back up in 7 seconds, so I don't know how long they can stick around against this team.
Got about another minute of this Elder Drake.
Oh, and it's going to just go ahead and pop the TP. Fairly aggressive here from MVP. They will be able to whittle down this inhibitor. Do they go for more? Do they rotate to the mid? Wave's not there, so they might just have to back off this play. So investing the teleport for that, not sure if it was entirely necessary, but definitely very safe.
They have a second teleport, so not too consequential for them. Build has been so delayed from Expression. 70 CS behind, no kills, some assists, but no Void Staff is really counting against him into this part of the game. Has a blasting one, that will clearly be Void Staff final item, but Expression is basically tickling the enemy team at this point, which is concerning for Longzhu.
Definitely not where you want to be for that Rumble. And I mean, he's had a couple good equalizer placements, but overall been very easily dodged out by MVP, not getting them, you know, in a crucial pinch like you want to do when you're playing that Rumble.
Damage final for Beyond. Could have gone for Guardian Angel, but his role is clearly to put out damage. There's a lot of damage on the side of MVP. That, as you say, Bloodthirster. A Lyra special will definitely be the final BF sword item. I guess outside chance of an Infinity Edge, but...
well, not having a Death Stance, definitely want to get that sustained back.
Fair.
Tier 1 goes down now, so good on MVP, really pushing their advantage with this Elder Dragon, trying to net as much as they possibly can.
Well, Elder Dragon's certainly been off them for quite a while at this point. Again, only that tight window with the 1.5 minutes. They're just pushing in outright.
The impression that they've guarded themselves, have that inhibitor down. Crash going to take a whole lot of damage. Collateral damage goes out.
Fury.
Ultimate does find Fury and Crash. They go in deep. Going to get popped up immediately. Beyond being taken really low. Good dashes forward. Trying to take him out. They're going to find 2. It's only going to be Maha going down so far. Now Coco's still really tanky Has to go straight into the Zonias, but everybody else is dying. Crash looking like he's going to be the only one making it out of here. And MVP, can they just win on this push? It's 55 seconds on Expression.
They're going to look for it. They're going to take down the inhibitor turret first. They could just rotate, but with no minion wave, they need these minions to crash. And as you say, 35 seconds on Jin. I think MVP have done it.
It looks like an ADD going forward, going to tank up the rest of these turrets. Crash unable to do anything to hold on to these. The first one falls, the second one following suit. And MVP looking like they were certainly going to lose this, certainly be taken to game 3. Come back on top and take down Longzhu in a 2-0, now on a 6-game winning streak.
They got those items on the Trundle, and the team fights look so much cleaner. There was no flanks for Longzhu anymore. MVP set up their wards. They had extra pink wards down every fight. They couldn't flank them under the inhibitor. That's where they lost the first fight. And then they just played super aggressive. That pick that got them the Elder Drake was probably the biggest moment of the game. We're going to look over the damage deltas.
Jeez, Beyond.
Somehow Beyond does it again. The guy who has the highest kill participation of any player in the league. He is the glue that holds the MVP early game together. They have the weakest early game in the league, but they've got one of the best junglers in the league, and he makes it work somehow.
Yeah, that is pretty much inarguable at this point. I mean, Bengi Blank looking pretty good. Of course, you've got Peanut there, but Beyond very much just chomping at the heels, trying to work his way and solidify a spot in the top 3. And he's been doing a damn good job of it, having the most damage, not even just on your team, but almost the most damage in the game on the Graves. Really aggressive stuff, and MVP, despite having that one frontliner in the Trundle, still managed to make it work.
They made more mistakes in this series than they have in the last 2. That's one thing they should take away. Specifically, they kept trying to force things too early when Trundle just couldn't, again, satisfy all these particular things he needed. Magic resist, damage, and also the armor. So before the armor came in, they seemed to play a little bit too aggressive. That's the thing they should take away when they're watching the game. But after that, the moment that he had the GA especially, they got Jin with they got Jin's flash with the first ultimate, then just killed him when they got him with the second one. That was very smart from them. They gave up Sivir, but Maha, he was the utility AD carry, and Jin was the damage AD carry. And when they trade out, Graves especially can make up for that lack of damage with the Sivir dead.
Yeah, just really impressive victory there from MVP. Looked pretty distraught losing that 5v4 situation, especially when they had all of the dragons. I mean, you can only imagine that Longzhu, considering what hand they were dealt in this, not able to net themselves any dragons outside of that one Infernal later on in the game. If they had gotten those earlier on, could have been much different for them. Might have actually come out with a win and taken us to that game 3. All things considered, I think they look really strong still, but just haven't been able to perform to the level where they can actually get these wins.
We just focus on MVP. 6-0 in games, 3-0 in sets, now 4-4. They started the season 1-4, so to go 4-4 is very impressive for them. They have a chance to go 5-4 if they beat Africa on the last day of the season. Sorry, of the split. It's not even the split. Of the first round robin.
First round of it.
It's a tricky season over here, guys. We play a lot of games, but the MVP, of course, it's Beyond.
Yeah, you can't really give this to anybody else. So Beyond going to net himself another set of MVP points. Now 2 away from tying up with Smeb. 5-2 and 7 though in that game. You can see him right there, inching above Kuzan, Duke, and Someday. There's a couple other people in there. I think we have a 5-way tie for 3rd place at the moment. So everybody trying to catch up to Smeb, but Beyond definitely steps ahead of everyone else.
And MVP reached for the Graves. It was a first rotation pick on the red side, but he made it work. He was very smart in these skirmishes. This one, where he doesn't miss a single auto attack to the minions, shows that he's smart enough to space them out and just not use them off cooldown. And of course, he stayed in the brush and got a second kill. That's off screen.
That was the most crucial thing, was getting that kill by sticking around, but just consistently creating pressure around the map early on. This is when we thought MVP had complete control, and then it started swinging back into Longzhu's hands, but Beyond was definitely making things happen early.
I mean, the reason why Beyond is a special talent is that junglers usually have one of mechanics and also pathing and game sense. He has both of them. He knows where to be, and he has the mechanics to play any type of jungle, whether it's the tank jungle or the carry jungle. He straggles the line between the Blanks and Bengis of the world into a package that hasn't been equaled in quite a while. For a young talent to be this good already shapes up for a very impressive career for Beyond.
Yeah. And one of the things we were talking about with seeing Crash coming into this game was whether or not the shot calling would be there for Longzhu. And I have to say, I think it was. The big crucial mistake was Coco getting caught out that led MVP into being able to take the Elder Dragon. That was really the massive turnaround spot. They were able to get some turrets back and then inevitably end up in that top side of the map and win the game. So I think that Crash definitely has a place on this team could certainly be the starter, but overall, Longzhu just need to tighten up individual decision-making because there's still just a couple little mistakes, and that little smattering of issues is causing them to lose these matches.
Worth knowing that Crash had some mistakes himself, getting a bit over-eager, understandably, in his big return to competitive play. I don't think he'll be starting the next series for Longzhu, but I hope they give him more opportunities, maybe a couple of sets rather than just a game here and there to solidify himself, because they trusted in Crash. They dropped a lot of players in summer season. Flame, for example, Frozen, and Zeus, for different reasons, aren't in the squad or have only recently returned to the squad. They persisted with Crash. There was definitely interest in signing him for international teams that they denied, which tells me that they want to make use of the guy, even though they already have Chaser on the roster. For now, it's only been a single game, but more data points required to really work out if Crash can mesh with this Longzhu team.
Yeah, well, I think it's a decent first showing. A win obviously would have been the better way to be coming out, have a return here into the LCK. But overall, the mistakes that he had weren't terribly crucial to Longzhu's defeat. So I think that there still is potential that they could have him rotating in and out, much like SK Telecom does with Bengi and Blank. But that's going to wrap it up with us here at LCK Summer for tonight. When we come back tomorrow, it's going to be Jin Air versus KT Rolster. Certainly going to be a good game. I'll be here joined by Monte Cristo for that. Papa Smithy gets a nice little break. G2 Papa Smithy in the house. But we'll see you guys back here tomorrow for more LCK action. Have a good night.